doing? How's everyone doing? Hope you're stationary. I don't know. Could be walking. Like to get a little bit of the stream while walking, taking your morning walk or afternoon walk. I don't know. I won't judge. But watch out for those light posts, other people, you know. All right, give me just 1 second, and then we'll hop into the database. Now, we had one problem. We're gonna cover that, but we'll cover it in like 30 minutes. So we'll start with doing some tests. We need to update the tests that those were broken, and so we're gonna start there and kind of take it from there. So let's go ahead and get into this. And then after the database, because I think we'll get done with the database early, be thinking about what we want to do. There's a couple things I could do because like I need to play around with my Wes term because I think I could actually just leverage Wes term instead of using a multiplexer. So we could do that. There's a couple things we could do. The other thing that I was thinking about was trying to run Oathkeeper. So if you guys would like to try to run Oathkeeper, we can give it a try. Or if there's something completely different, something you saw you'd like to go over or whatnot, we can do that too. All right. Let's jump into it. All right. So let's I think the main our main is the place where we have the most failing tests. We could have just gone to the bottom. I think we yeah. Because this now takes a record. Okay. So this makes sense. Just doing a random something or other doesn't work. We need to actually make a record. Okay. Let's see. We just need just the record. Okay. I don't know what it was saying. Do we not have a new? Doesn't make much sense, does it? Oh, we do. It's new record. I got it. I got it. My bad. This is in the implementation of... Oh, no, it's not. It's not. Oh, it's in the file engine. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's the file engine that can make a new record. I wasn't even thinking about that. Okay. This is a good point. Look, I wrote that code last week. I don't remember any of it. Okay, so we're just gonna pass in the file engine here, yeah? Yeah. And then we can use that here. Nice. Wait, what is it complaining about? Failed to resolve use of undeclared crate or... Oh, is it complaining about this here? This, right? Yeah. How's everyone doing? Has everybody gotten to this weekend? Does everybody have to work Monday? I don't have to work Monday. Should we do a stream on Monday? Should we do a little bit of a stream? I don't know what it would be. See, I'm starting to run to a place where I got to figure out off in a way that I like it. Before did we not include the file engine up here in the... Yeah, no, it's here. Before we can move much further on the null cloud, and it's bugging me because I just don't like how we've done it so far. I'm such an idiot. Okay. We've got this. All right, we got new record. We got key, index, tombstone, and value to provide. We have a key and a value. I don't think that we care about the index, right? Because it's just stuffing a bunch of stuff. So we'll auto increment a value, so it's at least something. And then the tombstone will be false always. And then this can just be our I. And then this needs to be a sum. I think we should just be able to do into, yes. Because going from a I-32 to a U-64, I guess, does it error on negative? It would just wrap, right? It might. Let's This is a test. I think unwrap is completely fine in a test because if something goes wrong, it will fail the test. Right? I think it's fine. There's no, like, better way to handle it. There's probably a better way to handle it. Not right now, there isn't. Okay, it puts lots of data. We need to have a file engine now. We're just fixing up the test. We're going to get into our consensus problem in just a bit. Let me actually open that up. Ooh. Just in case it's on a my Kubernetes video that I'm working on. I don't know if I'll get it out this weekend. I feel like I should be able to get it out this weekend, but like I've said that before when it feels like I'm close. And then I end up not being close, and then I feel bad. So, not gonna say that. All right. Did it get cold for anybody else? We were like in the 50s, 60s. Not warm, but not cold either. And then all of a sudden it was 20, which is on the cold end. On the cold end. It did get cold? Wait. It did get cold, and you're thankful for that? How are you doing, Dirk? Do you mind that I just call you Dirk instead of Dirk Ickles? I can call you Dirk Ickles. You like. I wasn't thinking about that. For some reason, I just chopped off half your name. Kind of hope that's okay. We're just fixing up the tests before we jump into the consensus issue. I figured I'd give a couple people... I know that we had this big problem with consensus, and so I thought, you know, I'd give them a little bit of time to get in, and we need to fix these tests up anyways that have been failing at this point anyhow. So in this, we'll just create a file. Wait, don't we have to create a file engine for, I think, config, right? This is going to take a encoding. Yeah. So we need to just update this to... Sure. The test will use HTML. And then this db dot... that comma. I forgot a comma. We'll just get the file engine. Oops. I think it's a get file engine. Get file engine. Yeah. The reason we do a get file engine is we don't have to do a clone here because this does that. It ensures that we clone it. Because there's no reason not to, because it's just an enum. I'll pay that performance penalty. At the risk of sounding unintelligent, I don't know what a phantom type is. Is this a Rust thing or just a general software thing that I should know? You're not talking about mocks, are you? Okay, we're going to have a way to check records. I almost think something like check almost something like this, where right now we just care about the key and value are right. And then instead of this, we can just do check record. What type that doesn't have an associated term. Okay, I don't know how that is going to help me with the file engine. It probably would. I'll have to think about it. Failed to resolve use of undeclared crate or module record. Didn't we import this? I think we did. Let's just delete that. Oh, we actually deleted this. We actually deleted that. Sorry. It's a get ID. Didn't we say we were going to change this to get key because it's a key? I'm going to do it. That broke stuff. That broke stuff. Just, it's okay. That bugs me that it's not get key. It should be get key. get ID. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? Okay, so that works. Then we got to put the file engine here. That's easy. Let's see. All right. So this is fixing this up. These weren't too bad. Let's see. Let me just replace that with check record and this with the this needs to be that. Done. Okay. Cargo test. Does this work? Does it? Do our tests finally build? Oh, our project doesn't build because some dum-dum decided now was the time to change get ID to get key because, okay. This is easy enough. Get ID. You know what? One thing I still don't know how to do in Vim is a replace key. Like, you know, or like a rename. So if we wanted to rename, which grep usually works fine for this, but like, I don't know, if you wanted to rename this symbol new to something else, I don't know how to do that. I just know how to search for this. I didn't say there wasn't a way. I said, let me be clear. I don't know how. I'm sure that the language server does. So like the Rust language server, you know, is running. I'm sure that it provides a functionality to do that. And maybe I just don't have the keybind set up. Like that's like I said, I don't know. Maybe I have the keybind set up and I just don't know. Oh yeah, that would be fantastic. I'm assuming it's a me problem. I don't do it a ton, and the times I do it grep has been fine. That would have been faster as a rename for sure, but we're good. All right, we got, all 3 tests failed. You know, one thing that's interesting is I don't know that we set this up to run as a single database node. So we did all this stuff to run as consensus. And I don't actually think that, I'm not sure if it would run as a single database node. I'm thinking, not quickly, slowly. I'm thinking, what was I going to check? Well, we have stuff like this where we pass in the roster now because it's a known consensus algorithm as well as an ID. And I guess we need to be able to run without a roster. So we need to go through and make sure that's all okay. Thanks, Dazo. Dazo, thank you so much for your sub. You know what? I didn't even check. The Twitch has been really flaky on me. Twitch has been super flaky on me. So they keep failing to heartbeat. And I meant to check that. So I was just going to actually just restart this. Thank you so much for your sub. Don't worry about the pods. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know. This is just dirty Kubernetes stuff. It's dirty Kubernetes stuff. Okay, so I don't know if we can run a single very well. Let's look through this. We need to go to the top. So this should be able to be nothing, right? We should make the roster optional. Is that what we want to do? Let's look at how these failed. These are not the pods you're looking for. All right, let's see. Oh, this one's interesting. So this had an index failure. That's scary. Get value for key. This one failed to parse database line to build index. Another index error. All of these failed at an index error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's no good. It doesn't have this error while running normally. So I'm assuming it's how we configured it. But what? How? So it's interesting. It didn't error with like there is no. You know what? This actually makes sense. Why this is okay, because when we're here, let's see. We build this nodes, and thank you for the follow. And there's your AI auto-generated. Hopefully that worked for your subscription, Dazo, because I super appreciate your sub. And you should have gotten that. Whether you did or not was whether Twitch stopped heartbeating with me. We have the fix for that. Maybe we'll get that out after this. Maybe we'll make a deployment. I can teach you guys some things about Kubernetes. Okay, so stay away. I can't believe that. I guess it would just be an empty vector, right? We need to go and check this out. I don't know how this is working. Oh, okay. So these, for the most part, aren't using the Raft because these can't be testing consensus. Oh, okay. This is actually a nice, unique feature. We can run the database without Raft, and that's probably how you would do it without a single node, with just a single node. You can reach consensus with Raft. So, I mean, I think in theory, you'd want to do it where it's just a single node roster. But for the tests, this works fine because we're just testing the database, which obviously it's failing right now. So, okay. Okay, this makes sense, though, how this was working. Cool. Well, working. It's failing, but it's working. So all of these ran. And then all the ones that actually got values failed. All right. Failed to parse database line to build index. We had this problem with protobuffer, right? Where protobuffer puts like a we were having a problem with we still have a problem with the protobuffer where it puts a new line. The serialization puts a new line at the beginning for some reason. And I haven't figured that out yet. So this is the thing failing. Oh, you know what? You know what? Is our compaction screwing everything up? Have we actually updated it to work with all of the stuff? So this is an interesting thing that we need to talk about. And I want to know where you guys want to go with this. Because I'll probably do whatever I do based off of what you guys are interested in learning. Raft Consensus was built on the idea of snapshotting and not on a log-based database with compaction. So, in theory, you can modify Raft to work with a log-based database. This has been done, so this is not a thing, a huge deal. But it doesn't like compaction. So, compaction, if we do compact, kind of breaks Raft. As it stands, and we can get into why, like what Raft's expectations are. So because of this, we can either take road A, which is let's do snapshotting. What is snapshotting? How does it help you clean up the database? It does the same thing as a merge tree, LSMT. But it does it differently. Do we want to go down that path and make a database that actually snapshots? Do we want to update Raft to work with a log? Both are kind of interesting. The two things I've never done. I've never snapshotted a database. I do know what it is and the basics of how it works, but I've never actually done the thing. Do we want to do snapshotting and just fully adopt Raft for the learning? Or do we want to see what it would take to build something that works with compaction? You guys think on it. And I honestly don't care. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is no longer true. What we need to do is convert this over to using the real record. Basically, anytime we run compaction, we will destroy our database at this point. It's good. These tests actually tested something we hadn't tested yet. Compaction is going to go through and destroy our database. It's going to corrupt every single field. It's going to be smaller at the end of it. All right. Well, here is another thing fix. Let's jump into the consensus part. This. We're gonna put a to-do to fix this. Crab propaganda, please. Nothing I say here is propaganda. Even that last statement. How are you doing, Toggle? All right. Then let's talk about consensus. So, as it stands, if we do our if we do, let's actually get the error. Let's get the error up, and then we can step a little bit through the logs. So there's something interesting happening where Docker Compose actually pauses 2 of the 3 containers, or you know, I say pauses because they start up and their server starts up and then they do nothing. They don't log anything. They just pause for about 1 second, which when we have to have a heartbeat of 100 milliseconds, 1 second is actually an eternity to the consensus algorithm. Now, our consensus should survive that, but it didn't. Our consensus should survive that. What happened was there's 2 leaders that were elected. Very interesting. Togglebit, I am doing well. I'm actually pretty excited because I drew this up and I'm pretty excited about it because I had to dig into how we could have 2 leaders and what the bug was. You know what the other thing is? We're gonna open up the docs, the Raft consensus algorithm, because I found the bug, I found the way to fix it, and then I was like, man, did they miss this in the paper? Did they miss this in the paper? And they did not. So happy to say they got everything. And we're going to cover the sentence that I screwed up. All right. Reading is so hard. You have no idea. Stream might get a little glitchy. It doesn't do nearly as bad as when we build the null cloud, though. You have 58 errors. And those are the only ones you know about. Don't you love it when you're like, that was the last one, and you go to build, and it's like, oh, now that you cleaned up those errors, I can actually tell you about these other errors that you were missing. Wind fiber? Still no fiber. I got another flyer, though. I mean, they sold me on it. I just don't have it yet. I mean, I'm not paying for it. Like, they didn't actually sell me. But Harry Potter and the Secret of the Second Pass Errors. That's a fantastic shirt. You just, instead of Harry Potter, you just do like Harry Coders and have like a guy with a beard. A 100%, I am Fry saying shut up and take my money. 100%. 100%. It's going to be cheaper for not double, not triple, not quadruple. You know, I'm not going to keep going that way because it's like an order and a half of magnitude faster. It's going from 10 megabytes per second to 2 gigabytes per second. That's like 3 orders of magnitude. That's going to be the change in my upload speed. So yes, I am Fry saying shut up and take my money. They just won't take my money yet. That's the problem. It's so weird. So like I had somebody like straight up drop the F word and AutoMod didn't catch it. Like it wasn't misspelled. It just went straight through. And then Russell's, so you are Fry saying shut up and take my money. Twitch was like, nah, bro, we got to stop this. We got to stop this harassment. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. No, it wasn't you. I'm sorry. It was not Russell that did that. I'm just saying there was somebody else that the auto mod just didn't catch. It was just like, yeah, go for it. Go for it. Sweet goodness. Toggle bit. Oh, Toggle. I'm not. I'm not. I realized you were testing the auto mod. Okay, so now it's a game for you guys to get auto modded. I see how it is. You guys are gonna get progressively worse till you get auto modded. All right. All right. I'm gonna record this. I'm gonna walk through it, so I'm gonna make a null byte out of it. I've just been keeping a record of some of these things that I do. I'm gonna make this one, so we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna ignore chat a little bit. I'll talk to chat some during it, but I'm gonna ignore chat a little bit during it, as it's for YouTube. Good that I don't have chat. Yeah, because you guys would see all the auto mods. You guys are the worst. I'm just joking. Go for your outrageous takes. We're gonna try to get the bug first. The bug does kind of right now rely on a little bit of luck that two of the 3 nodes gets paused for whatever reason. So it takes a little while to get to. There we go. This is it. This is it. We got it. It's a very unique logging. Like the pattern, you can see it if you've run this database enough of how the logs look when it screws up. So you only see node 3, and that's because node 3 is the only follower. It's interesting because it gets leader votes from okay. So see, this is where only one goes for a while. And this is the okay, let me start now. I'm gonna start now. Welcome. We've been working on a... You know what? I'm going to turn the music off. Like that. Okay. So welcome. We have been working on a database to learn, and we've been having a ton of fun with it. But recently, we had a problem where our database actually struggled to reach consensus. So we've been implementing the Raft consensus algorithm, and we have this bug where there will be 2 leaders, and I wanted to dive into it. I found it to be an interesting problem, and I wanted to show you guys what I found out, what I learned, and where the Raft white paper actually says the fix, and I just missed it when reading the first time through. So we're going to dive into that. I hope you guys enjoy. Let's look at the problem first. So here you can see that we get just a single follower. If you go and look through these logs, both node 1 and node 2 believe they became the leader. And this comes from a somewhat long pause on one of the nodes or 2 of the nodes. And so in the end, what happens is node 3 is the only follower, and we have 2 leaders, which is actually bad, very bad. Very bad for us. So then you can see that this is just node 3 down here running. we can look through all of these, but I actually made a graph to document what happens because I had to look through all of these logs one night by myself to actually understand what happened. You can parse out like when and who voted for who because they're all voting. And so it should be impossible to have more than one leader at a time. All right. So, if you're watching this on YouTube, Twitch chat is trying to distract me right now about my Raft protocol. But if you are watching this, you should join me on Twitch. I'm live there on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays and Sundays. So you should go jump over there and join us. All right. So let's look at the chart that I made for this. So this is the effective bug. This is the effective bug. It's like a 3-dimensional graph, kind of. So we have time going this way. We have our state going this way. And then we have the different messages being sent. So this is the communications between the different nodes. These are the messages that are being replied to. And these are the changes in state. So when we, I come from a chemistry background. I almost think of this as like electrons moving between states. That probably doesn't make any sense for anybody else, though. All right, let's look at it, though. Everybody starts as a follower. So, this is node 1, node 2, node 3. So every node as we progress through here keeps their color. So that's kind of how you keep track of the colors. It's a little complicated. It's okay. We'll get through this. So everybody starts as a follower, and there's a random amount of time before they time out and say, hey, vote for me. Now, node 2 in this case becomes a candidate first and says, hey, vote for me. Both node 3 and node 1 say yes, because they're both followers at this point. If they're a candidate, they'll say no. Now, because this takes a chill and just chills out for a little while, node number 3 becomes a candidate pretty soon after that and says, hey, vote for me. But this is node 3 voting twice. It voted yes here, and as soon as it becomes a candidate, it votes for itself as well. Because of that, as our consensus protocol only requires a majority of votes, even though node 2 is going to vote no because it's already a candidate, it gets the one remaining vote that it needs from node 1. So it allows it to also become a leader. And this is how we get a single node. In this case, in the case that we just got right now, it was actually node 3 that was the follower. But in the case when I was documenting it for here, it was node 1 that became the follower. And we get 2 leaders. So this is the diagram, and this is when the heartbeat starts. So the reason this follower went to candidate, because it never received a heartbeat. That heartbeat is the thing that says, hey, there is a leader out there, don't switch to candidate mode. So at this point in time, there had been no heartbeat, and so this really should have gone to the candidate state. But it shouldn't have gone to the candidate state. And my initial thought here was, hey, when it receives a vote and it votes, and it voted yes, it should have at that point said, I can't go to candidate state. I have to wait for another timeout. And in fact, that is true. In leader election, Raft uses a heartbeat mechanism to trigger leader election. When the server starts up, they begin as followers. A server remains in a follower state as long as it receives a valid RPC from a leader or candidate. Now, the only valid RPC coming from a candidate is the request for voting. It's not allowed to do any of the leader stuff. So this was the sentence that I just... The paragraph goes on to talk about leaders and how leaders send periodic heartbeats, blah, 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 blah. And I missed this, or candidates. This makes sense. And this was literally when I saw this, the solution I saw. I saw that, hey, when it voted yes, it has to say, hey, I voted. I have to stay as a follower. So this is our bug. So let's go fix it. I think it's actually a really simple fix. Let's jump into Raft. This is just in the follower. This should fix it completely. Now, I'm not promising there's not another bug, but this is one of the bugs. All right, so when we get a vote request, right here, and we're voting yes. So we got a valid vote request. I'm not going to say invalid voting request. So if we have a really old node that all of a sudden joined from a split brain or something like that, that shouldn't cause this person cannot become leader. So voting no should let us continue to become a leader. Okay. So here, all we need to do is self dot not term. Wait. Do we not have what is self? It's the follower state. So we have a last heartbeat. Yeah. So self dot last heartbeat instant now. We just have to update the last heartbeat. This should solve the entire problem. I probably should have checked this out before making this stream. I wanted to do the code with you guys though, because I thought it was cool. All right, let's see if we actually get this again. There's a little trial and error, but it's easy to see. Did we get everything? Vote request is the only valid thing from a candidate, right? Append entries is only valid from a leader. And we update the heartbeat. New entry is also from... We haven't really implemented that. That's fine. All right. Let's build it. So I got the question, what am I working on and how is it important to a database? That's a fantastic question. We can think of a database here like this. You know what? I'm going to just draw the classical database. You guys deserve nothing but the classic here. Bring you guys a little closer together. Okay. Why is this important? Well, you might think of this database as running on a single node here. And a long time ago, this used to be the case. And you would send requests to this machine. You know, I'm going to make this machine. All right. Well, what happens is that for reliability or scale, there's actually several different reasons. High availability is one of them. You want it to be on more than one machine. Now, there are different ways. We can do eventually consistent and things like that. So there are definitely ways of doing this. But you want to do something like this where it's on 3 machines. And if you want a strongly consistent database, not an eventual consistent database, you need to be able to say that we all agree on the value. And so what our consensus algorithm is doing and what it's providing for us is this ability to have that record on multiple machines in a consistent manner. So we can survive a split brain, and we will continue to serve from these two in a consistent manner. So that's what we're solving. Consensus. Getting a bunch of machines to work together for the greater good of the database machine. All right, let's go ahead and run this. Good chat while we're doing it. We'll have to do it a couple of times. Just honestly, I don't have a good way of redoing it, except that it would happen probably once every 5 times. Uh-oh. It happened again. We didn't fix it. What? Oh my gosh. Let's clear that. We need to tell it to slow down. We need it to slow down. All right. We got to go through these messages. We got to see what other bug. I assume that there has to be another bug because we fixed this one, right? And we did it Docker Compose build. So it has the change. Let's see. Pancakes. Not drawing pancakes. You know what? This is interesting. Is there a time between checking? So in follower state, we're just running through this timeout. We could receive, arguably, right? Our heartbeat our timeout could be too fast. It's 1 second. It's 1 second. It's not too fast. So check this out. This is weird. We got a vote request and we're voting yes because we're in follower. You can see what state we're in. This is actually really cool. You can see what state we're in. We're in follower. We got a vote request for node. This would be node 2. And we're voting yes. Now, right here. All right, so node 2 is becoming leader because it won the election. But this is right after node 3 won the election. So node 1 here is voting for node 3 as well. It should vote yes for both. That's fine. Node 2 voted no for node 3. That's correct. What did node 3 vote? Is there some mechanism to tell the other candidates? Yes, the leader sends a heartbeat. Oh, okay. You know what? Good call. The leader should immediately send a heartbeat, and I don't think it does until the next tick. But I think it should immediately on becoming, because that's how it says I'm the leader now with the new index and everything. So, because if this doesn't send, something will go candidate still. Right? Something will still go candidate. So there's still time that we have, because this is going to wait. This is going to wait 100 milliseconds at least, because the last heartbeat is probably, let's see, how do we initialize this? Please tell me. We probably do like instant now. We do instant now. Booger. Well, so the idea is that if there's more than one candidate, the voting round will fail. Because if this one, as a candidate, I'll vote for myself. So if these two vote for themselves, whoever gets this one's vote will win, right? But this one can only vote for one. So this is fine, because if this one votes for this one, it's only if this one votes for this one and itself. You know, we can do this like this, like this. These are going to vote for themselves. And so the only problem is if this one votes for this one as well, right? Wait a second. If both of these go into candidate, but this votes for both of them, they're both going to go anyways, right? If this one votes for both. If this one votes for both. Wait, let's go back to the doc. Let's go back to the doc. If a follower receives no communication, it becomes a candidate and initiates an election. A candidate that receives votes from a majority of the full cluster becomes a new leader. Leaders typically operate until they fail. Some elections fail, which should be good. All right, so here it is. Raft uses a heartbeat mechanism, which is what we're doing, to trigger a leader election. When the server starts up, they begin as followers. Again, what we're doing. A server remains in follower state as long as it receives a valid RPC from a leader or candidate. Leaders send periodic heartbeats that carry no log entries. Yep, we're doing this to all followers in order to maintain their authority. If a follower receives no communication over a period of time called an election timeout, then it assumes there is no viable leader and begins an election to choose a new leader. Here's the important thing. Each server will vote for at most one candidate in a given term. This is another bug. So in this case, this one won't vote for it. It will have to pick one to vote on. So we can have two candidates and we'll survive. So we've got to keep track of voting for the term in the follower state. Easy fix. I think it's an easy fix. Yep, you're right, Russell. You are right. Let's do this. So basically, if our term gets changed, we can vote again. So we follow a new leader, term gets changed. Actually, a vote request can update our term as well. So that's something to be thinking about. Okay, let's see. We're not going to worry about how our voted can be changed, like our term can be changed and voted. That's actually an interesting, like, how do we want to handle that? Do we want to handle it where if our term changes, do we enter in a new follower state? Is that how we want to do it, where we don't mutate this? Like, this is this term's follower state? Or, which would reset everything? Or would we want to... I don't know. This term is the term ID. This term. So yes, it's a auto increment. It's a U64 auto increment. Well, I mean, it's not auto increment. Each election increments it. Okay, so... really, we want to... I don't know. I'm going to write this as a nested quickly, and then we can maybe just combine it with the above if statement. So if we haven't voted, we're going to go ahead and vote. And then if we have voted, we're going to voting no because we already voted. So as soon as the current leader sees the new election being proposed with a higher term, does it turn into a follower or does it drop to candidate? It goes to a follower. It goes to a follower. If anybody has a higher term. Now, and this is where I was saying it doesn't work well with our compaction, is because it's actually defined by your actual physical log. So when a server starts up, it will get its current term by the last term that was written to disk. So that's why the terms are written to disk with each one of these, because that's how it will come back and understand which term it is, which term it should start with. Do we still heartbeat here? It said any valid. I guess it's not valid though. So I'm going to say that if you're voting no, it's not a valid. Now, there's another concept in here that they talk about, which is an election timeout. Basically, when an election is started, there's some arbitrary timeout. We're not using that quite yet. Basically, election timeouts are chosen randomly. And basically what this does is if when you go to a candidate state, we can look at maybe implementing this later today. When you go to candidate state, you should only stay there for 150 to 300 milliseconds. And if you don't get the votes you need, you go back to a follower. And then obviously if there's no leader, you'll time out again and you'll try to, you'll try to be voted for again. So, thanks for the follow, Fancy Yellow. Right, Russell. And actually, this is important because if you look at how the log works, the one with the greatest term has the most records. And so, there should be at least two in theory, because if consensus has been working, there should be two that have the same term, out of the three, or in this case, five. These two have the same term that can become leaders. This one can't become a leader because it's behind everybody else. It can't become a leader. So when it's a follower, now this is another thing that we haven't. There's the idea of the what is it called? There's a message to catch them up. We haven't implemented this message, the install snapshot RPC. Basically, when this becomes the follower, this one here becomes the follower, and let's say this one becomes the leader, it's going to catch this one up, and it's going to say, you're behind, let me catch you up. And so it will get all of the records filled in. This is like a really bad state. It should never be sitting in this bad of a state. That's the idea. But if it was, when this one got elected, it would catch these two up. Why this is saying committed entries is because this last one was never replicated to a majority. So it's not considered a committed entry. It hasn't been fully committed across a majority. Remember, everything has to reach a majority consensus. All right, so have we fixed this where we will only vote once? We need to do this for candidate too, right? Data loss, term 3. So this shouldn't have been acknowledged as saved to the cluster. So what can happen is in strong consistency, this wouldn't have been data loss because record 4, you would have gotten an error because it didn't write across everything, right? So what can happen in this is as you get, let's say this is the leader. This node here is the leader. You get the record. You have to write it to disk. Period. Done. You wrote it to disk. And then you send the RPC out that says, hey, you guys, you also write this to disk. All right? It sends it out. But you write this, and then these two nodes crash. You will respond with an error. But it's still on your disk. You wrote it to disk, but it never actually got replicated. And that's actually what you're seeing here. This is not a valid record. So you should have gotten an error response. Right. It doesn't matter. You're right. This one could win the election. 100%. This was never a committed entry. So it's not valid data. Your database, this is strong consistency, which means it doesn't favor availability, which in this mode means that this was never considered a committed record. You got an error response when you put it in the database, and you shouldn't expect it to be there. Now, it's there on disk. But it's not a valid entry. So you're correct, Russell. Right. It fails the commit. That's 100% right. You get that error back that it didn't actually write. It's on the log here. It's written to this log because you can't just store it in memory. And so it exists in your log, but it was never actually committed in the end. If you're thinking about it as transactions, that's a better way of putting it. Sorry that I made it a little bit more confusing than it should have been. That's a good question, though. It's a good question, and I don't have all the answers. I've never actually done Raft fully before, so. Man, and this is considered simpler than Paxos, which I don't know. Should we take Paxos on at some point? I have half done single Paxos, not multi-Paxos, though. I've heard multi-Paxos is difficult. All right. Bisto. We'll look at it. I'll look at it. Do they have like a paper that I can read? No, you can pick it up just about anywhere, though. Oh, it's an English joke? Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Thank you, Toggle. Thank you. Sitting here Googling a non-existent consensus algorithm. Oh boy, that did not fix it. We have fixed problems. We have fixed problems, just not all of them. Not all of them. This is super weird. I don't know how Docker is doing it. Like, it literally puts containers on hold for a while. Like, over a second. It's just one container going. I don't know what Docker Compose does completely all the time, but sometimes it's weird. All right, let's see. So we start up. You guys are still making a joke about the joke. We start up. Let's see. Where do we start voting? So node 2 sends a... Node 2 is the first one to go to candidate state. Wait, did it jump to candidate state without being a follower? Wait, here. Failed to get heartbeat from leader. But it never was a follower. Never a follower. Seems like it jumped straight to candidacy. And this is where it gets really weird. Node 2 is the only thing that runs for a little while. Like, this is obviously running. It got a request, but it actually doesn't work on the request for an entire second later. We're at 02 seconds, and now we're at 03 seconds. And like, now we start doing stuff. And this is now connecting to the other nodes. I don't know. All right, I think this is the bug here. They almost immediately go to candidacy mode instead of going to a follower mode. They at least didn't process anything as a follower. But this massive lag spike, I don't know what it is. I don't know what Docker Compose does. Now, RAF should suffer through it. And they're obviously running up here. And then they just pause. They just pause. Super weird. Super weird. Okay, so why do they go straight to candidacy mode? That's interesting. I'm going to put the music back on since now we're just debugging. Now we're just debugging. So when we go into a follower state, we do a last heartbeat of that, and then our tick should just be doing this. Oh, we wouldn't print anything. Let's actually make this an info while we're at it. We wouldn't print anything because we don't want to print on tick. Oh. Oh, do you guys see what I'm seeing? Node 2 is the one that becomes a follower. Do you see what I'm seeing? Check this out. Check this out. I know there's a massive amount of log. It goes and it becomes a candidate and asks for votes. Node 2 does. It's the one that doesn't get weirdly paused. It asks for votes. Then almost a second later, these two jump on and decide to actually start doing something. Or like a second and a half later. Almost 2 seconds later. Now, node 2 is the one that loses the election. How is this possible? Is it possible that node 2 requests for votes never get responded to? No, they do. They get voted no. They both So node 2 asks for votes way up here. Sending request to all nodes right now. It becomes and then it starts waiting. And it waits. And it waits. And it waits. And it waits. And then like node 3 and 1 are just turds because they're like, okay, well, instead of responding to the request, we're just going to become candidates. We're just going to become candidates. Election timeout wouldn't even help here because I feel like there's something wrong. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. 1 second. It's like they never relinquish control to deal with the message. It's like something is just consuming this tick. No? Is 10 milliseconds not enough? Do we need to do 25 milliseconds? So we call the tick here, but we do relinquish control up here. Thank you for the follow. Let me think about this. So if this tick returns a state, it immediately returns that state, which if the heartbeat has failed, then it would immediately return candidacy. But if it doesn't, it returns none, which should mean it should pump the message queue, right? So that means that, oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Check it out. If we jump over to follower with this new information in mind, we set the last heartbeat when we create it. It gets created almost a second beforehand. And then we get paused. And so the first time we run through this, it has elapsed. So we never check the messages. I think we should switch this and check messages first, because we should check the messages that were for our term or for our current state. The messages we received at our current state. This makes sense. Did my AI diss me? Oh no. Oh no, a group rejected for their lack of abilities? I'm sorry, chat. The AI, it's turned on us. It's turned on us. Oh no. Maybe I should tweak it a little bit to like specifically say great things about me. You remember how we had to tune it because it used to say like it used to be enamored with me. It thought I was the greatest thing. That was like super embarrassing. These new people would join to the stream and this AI would say like really amazing things about me. So maybe we overtuned it a little. Maybe we made it a little too sarcastic. All right. So this goes here. Because we should be processing the messages for this round. Uh-oh. Why did it, No, this is fine. This is fine, right? It's not fine. It's not fine. Oh, I see. We were just returning at the end of this. We don't want to return. So we just, go ahead and do that. That's fine. On error, again, we don't want to return here. We're not returning anything here. We can just get rid of that. Yep. Okay. We got to cover our error. Whatever. No. Why is it saying this? We're not returning, right? We have a semicolon here. This is not returning. Am I missing something here? Why does it think I need to have the same? Consider removing this semicolon. I just needed the semicolon here. That's why. That's fine. If maybe missing an else clause, we can just return none. If tick doesn't return a state, we're just returning none. Okay. So we check the messages, then we run our state. Okay. And we handle our current messages in our current state. Got it. Distributed state machines are fun. Thank you, Togglebit. You have a fantastic dinner yourself. Have a fantastic dinner. Whatever your... you guys were making dinner jokes anyways. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. We'll see if this is a winner, winner. This better be a winner. Turning the music off because this is going to be a winner. Are you guys ready? No problems. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Now, to really test it, we got to do this a couple of times. Ooh, that even worked with the long pause. Did you see the long pause? Yeah. Okay. Nice, nice. I'm excited about this. Sweet goodness. Look, we're getting into a good state where there's a little back and forth, a little banter between the nodes. This is good. Very good. Very nice. I think, I hate to say it because I'll be proven wrong as soon as I do. We have fixed our initial issue. Now, there are obviously things that we can do to improve this. Like the election timeout. Right now, we don't have an election timeout, and I'm thinking that could hurt us down the road. Basically, with no election timeout, I think what can happen there, like the one thing that I can think of off the top of my head, let's say this one doesn't respond. For whatever reason, let's say it shut down right in the middle of the election. These two would be stuck on a single election. This is the big deal I could see with an election timeout, is if you had a flaky node that flaked in the middle of an election, these two would be stuck in an election that never would run. And they would always vote no for this one because they had already voted as a candidate. So we do need an election timeout to handle a flaky node. But for our current case, we don't need to. My goal was never to completely implement a perfect raft. I don't know. Maybe this will become a perfect raft algorithm. The idea was to start to understand the basics, the problems, the ideas. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job of learning the hardships of making a consensus algorithm. So far, I think we've fixed every single problem that we have. Let's recap what they were. We had three issues. The first issue was this right here, where we actually could have multiple votes because a request for vote wasn't handled as a heartbeat. So when they voted for me and this responded yes, it could move freely to candidacy mode. The second problem that we had in this little bit of a thing was that we didn't handle all the messages we received at that current state before moving to see if we needed to move to the next state. So when Docker Compose gave our container a long pause, it would receive the message, but it would never do anything with it until it checked here and moved to the candidacy state and handled the message under that, which caused our other problem. And then the last thing that we didn't implement, which was actually documented here as well, was that a candidate can only vote once per term. And if it's already voted, it needs to not vote again. And so we've updated that. And we did that very simply with a voted. So we now more consistently reach consensus. I'm not going to say we don't have another bug yet, but those were the bugs that we had so far. And so far, we're back to running. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for joining. And if you're on Twitch or YouTube Live, let's keep going. Let's keep moving on. Let's keep going. Let's get that music back. Thanks for the follows. For those of you who don't know, they're AI generated. The Twitch events are AI generated. it says mean and hurtful things sometimes. And also on that note, what was I going to say about that? Oh, I can stop recording. Okay. What do we want to do? I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. We can continue working on some of this. I have two things. And, we can do a poll. I don't know that we need to do a poll. I'm going to have a discussion on the Discord. What people would like to see. Because there's a couple ways we can kind of move forward now. And I honestly don't mind taking it several different paths going forward from here. Because, so one thing that we've talked about is compaction doesn't work well with us. And I did promise I would talk to you about why. Can I copy this? Copy. I just want this image. Anyways, we can, this image here, actually, you know what? I'll just do this. All right. So the reason compaction doesn't play well is compaction rewrites history. This right here. So it doesn't have, this is not a great example, but this is setting X. The value, the key X is getting set to 2 here. In compaction, this would get thrown away. Let's see, Y would get thrown away. This X would actually get thrown away. X, Y. So this Y would get thrown away. This X would be thrown away. And this would be all that we were left with was Y7, X5, X4. This isn't committed, so this is actually thrown away. All right. And this screws with Raft because it needs to know the history. And so that's why Raft classically snapshots, because it's easier for Raft to maintain consistency. So we have two ways forward with this. Way one is instead of compaction, we do something called snapshotting. And we learn about snapshotting and how to do it. Snapshotting is basically compaction all at once. Yeah, kind of. It's a little different. I've never done it specifically, but it's kind of like compaction all at once and not into different files into a single file. It doesn't scale as well. It's not as big for big databases. But that's the one. The other is to mutate Raft a bit. Mutate Raft to work with a log. Now, this is actually something they talk about in the paper. If you read the paper, they talk about, I don't remember exactly. I don't remember exactly where it is. Log compaction. Raft's logs grow during normal operation to incorporate more client requests, but in a practical system, it can grow without bound. As the log grows longer, it occupies more space and takes up more time to reply. This will eventually cause availability problems without some mechanism to discard obsolete information, which if you watched my YouTube videos, which I have linked to, we talk about one of the ways, which is compaction. Snapshotting is the simplest approach to compaction. Again, it's kind of a one-shot whole thing. So do we want to do this? Or they do talk about like... The Raft paper only talks about snapshotting, which is why they have this install snapshot. Now, if we go with snapshotting, we can do this, but we have to change our compaction. If we want to do compaction as it is, we need to basically change the install snapshot RPC. So I don't know that I really care which path we want to go. Do we want to kind of blaze a new trail, or do we want to just try to do it exactly how they do it? Or do you guys want to learn something else? I don't know. I honestly don't care. I'm up for learning whatever and doing whatever sounds most interesting. Now, that being said, there's other things than this too. So we're on this, but we could also do something with an index. If you guys would like to see a different style of index, we could do that. So we're kind of at a crossroads where, sure, there's stuff we could do to make what we have better. But what do we want to do next? What do you guys want to see next in this? I don't know. I mean, I obviously know of some things, but all right. So I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna let you guys listen to this fantastic music. Get you a nice soothe from all this hyped stuff. You guys think about this. We can have a conversation on Discord about what we'd like to learn and see next. We can just make this better because, again, I'm sure that we have bugs. But yeah, I'm going to take about a 10-minute break because I'm going to make a cup of coffee. That takes about 10 minutes. So yeah, I will see you guys in roughly 10 minutes. And you guys think about this. We'll talk about it. We're going to work on our Twitch alerts while we sit and talk about this. Because it's something fun we can do. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. All right. Thank you, Jana. I hope the background is good. Sorry, I had to take a bio break. I feel way better. I don't know. I must have ate something last night. Feel much better. Make a cup of coffee and take care of a desperate cat. Because, boy, that cat gets hungry. And the problem is, he can open our doors. We have levers instead of like doorknobs. And he's tall enough to reach up and pull them down and open the door. So, or long enough, I guess. Maybe not tall is the right word. He's long enough. And so you can't just keep him out of the basement. Because he will open the door to come down here and tell you. So I had to take care of him because the wife went to the science center with the kids with another friend. So I couldn't go anyways because the friend is taking the... We have a pass for 2 adults. So that cat was going to bother me. It's a classic cat. It only cares about me when it's hungry or needs something. 100%. 100%. Yeah. You take those all the time during the stream? Well, that's awesome. I feel way better. All right. We can work on our stream alerts. Twitch alerts now. Database done. I will start a thread to talk about what people are interested next in learning in databases. Like I said, we have a bunch of things we could do. Mohammed, you're a newcomer? Welcome. Welcome. Sorry, I was taking a bio break and a coffee break. All right. Yeah, we can talk about what we want to learn next. You know, I don't particularly care. If nobody has an idea, I'll pick something that I find most interesting, and we'll go with it. Scott B, I don't need to know if you take them at the same time. Do not. There's information I don't need to know. Oh my goodness. Is an ad going to really play right now? Did I not play one while I was out on my bio break? I'm sorry. That was my bad. I should do a camel stored procedures in my... Oh. We could do something fun like that, though. Like, you know, learning how to do stored procedures and stuff, or like understanding that. Does OCaml have a runtime? Can you embed it like that? You know who gifted you a sub? I'm going to tell you who gifted you a sub because he gifted a bunch of people subs. We're going to give him a shout out. Do I remember how to... One second. Let me search for his name. We're going to give him a shout out. Give me a second. Here we go. Here we go. This legend gifted a bunch of people subs. So you should definitely check out the stuff he does. He's doing stuff with a Zig. If you're interested. Embedded Zig. Mohammed, you used NeoVim for the first time today, and you're on Windows. You don't need a Linux based. I'm on Linux. Yes, But yeah, I don't think so. I'm also new to Vim, so don't look at me as some expert. I barely know what I'm doing. I barely know what I'm doing. All right, let's get into it. What were we doing? Oh, let's make a commit here. Get. You've been using NeoVim for 6 months. Yes, Russell. But I mean, I use it, what, 3 times a week? I don't know. I'd consider that like 1 month. Yeah? I maybe a 1 month in. I maybe 1 month in. Like, because I only use it really on Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Saturdays. You know, and Tuesdays and Thursday nights are only like a 2 or 3 hours. I don't know. I've used it for a little bit. I'm comfortable. I'm not great at it, though. I'm learning new motions every single day still. That is nice. So we fixed 3 leader election issues. Oh, fixed the big one that we were talking about was fix multi-vote. Then we also fixed candidate heartbeat. And then we also fixed messages not getting read until state change. After long pause. I'm kind of glad that Docker Compose has that, I'm going to say, bug, because it actually allows us to test it. It actually allows us to test what happens when there's a random long pause once something starts up. That's awesome. 100 frames per second at 1080p. Oh, I don't exist if you search for Null Labs Live on Twitch. You're absolutely right. I go by merit counts on Twitch because I like to keep people guessing. So it's Twitch merit counts, just my name. Yeah. Because that's how I roll. Like to keep people guessing. Absolutely. All right. Let's see. Nice. Very nice. So YouTube does a really great job of saving the recordings. So I like multi-streaming there. I think that Twitch has a higher quality stream as far as like the actual stream. They also have a lot more things to interact with your viewers. YouTube doesn't quite have as many things like the polls and things like that. So I think it's a little bit nicer for streaming. I have a second channel that's just Null Labs. You know, that's why on YouTube it's all Null Labs stuff, because it's the Null channel. So, you know, you can go to YouTube, Null Labs. And this is kind of like my long form video content that I make stuff here. Yeah. A lot of the stuff like the indexes and the interview and those type of things happen live on stream, and then I condense them into a long form video. Anyways, that's just it is how it is. All right, let's Twitch. We're gonna deal with Twitch alerts. We're gonna deal with our Twitch alerts a little. Yazi? I have not used Yazi, no. I do believe in Twitch, if you type !YouTube, it gives you all three YouTube channels. So I have this. I have the Bytes, the Null Bytes, which is just little bits of the live stream. So I just upload the little bits of the live stream, just, you know, the news, or if I do a system design thing, or the database thing that we just did will show up here in Null Bytes this week. Absolutely. And then the live section, obviously, that has everything. All right. Dane, are we all? I do a lot of Rust and Go. My favorite is Rust, probably. Yeah, my favorite is probably Rust. He's giving up on the Go thing. I mean, we still have... The Null Cloud is still powered mostly by Go. So a lot of this is still powered by Go. So I haven't fully given up on it. And there's parts of this that I can't change easily because of their ties to Kubernetes at this point. But what do people do? All right. Hit the follow button, and there's going to be something that pops up on screen. Go ahead and do it. Oh, you already followed here? Oh, there you go. Wait. See that's an AI generated thing that's done in Rust. In the middle of chaos, Twilu, a wandering rogue, encountered the enigmatic Null Party. There you go. It actually said something mean about the Null Party. That's done in Rust. That's actually what we were going to talk about right now. So we just concluded the database portion of it. Let me update my titles. I don't have anything more to do on the database. We actually need to decide what we want to do. So we solved our consensus bug. And really what I want to know is what you guys want to learn more about on the database side. There's a bunch of stuff we can do and investigate and learn. What I want to do next is basically what you guys want to learn. Do you guys want to make a different type of index? right now we just have a stupid hash map index. Do we want to do something like a B tree, a B plus star tree? Do we want to do something like a LSM tree? We could do an LSM tree. Do we want to do, instead of compaction, do we want to do snapshotting, or do we want to update Raft to work with compaction? What would you guys like to do? Join the Discord, let me know. I'm happy to do it. Dual linked list. Scott B, you get out of here. Nobody does a dual linked list in Rust. Nobody. Hey, don't worry about looking like a noob. Look, I look like a noob on stream every single day, so you don't have to worry about looking like a noob. If you want to ask a noob question because you're a noob or you just don't know, that's okay. You know what? Somebody earlier today told me something that I legitimately just said, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I don't think I've ever heard of that. So feel free to look like a noob and learn something. But as Dane said, Arch Linux is the best Linux to ever exist. Yeah, we can, you know, I am running on the superior OS, full of pain and suffering. Is there a site that has about 20 linked list implementations in Rust? I've never implemented a linked list in Rust, but I have heard that it is most difficult. I've heard that it's most difficult. Arch Linux. If you're seriously asking, sorry, I joked with a meme about the best Linux ever. It is a distribution of Linux that is a rolling update. It's kind of like the Nerds Linux. It's like Gentoo done correctly, probably. It's not the most friendly Linux distribution. If you're new to Linux, I don't recommend you jump onto Arch. I'm using Arch mainly because I want to learn Linux better. I used to be a Windows dev. I don't say that out loud a lot. Actually, even worse, I did Windows CE. I know, Windows CE. It's terrible. I don't say that out loud often. And then I did some GPU stuff on Windows again. So like that was CUDA on Windows. And then I made my transition to Linux when I started working for SUSE. So that being said, I'm not as good at Linux as I should be. I've always just gotten by. So I'm using Arch to learn a little bit more about Linux. I think if you're new to Linux, there's some really great ones out there. There's some Ubuntu distributions that are based off of Ubuntu, like Xbuntu, that are pretty fantastic for new people. There is a Arch Linux derivative called Manjaro that is also much easier to use if you're trying to get into it. Yeah, Arch Linux is the Rust of distros, super powerful, but a little bit steeper learning curve. Ubuntu is the Python. It's easy to learn, easy to use, kind of just works, but is also kind of terrible. So, funny story, I am using Edge on Arch. Okay, so I've been really frustrated with the state of browsers, and Chrome has failed me multiple times. Firefox was my default go-to, and I don't know why it keeps bringing everything up. Anyways, Firefox was my go-to, but Firefox has been also not doing great. And I have to say that I actually have enjoyed Edge on I have enjoyed Edge. It's just worked. For the most part. It's not perfect. But yeah. Endeavor is also an easier arch. Okay, so I don't know the arch derivatives. I know there's Monjaro, Monjaro probably. I don't know how to spell it. But let's look at this. Take control of your hardware. Another arch-based distributor. So I've actually thought about trying to get... I've actually thought about trying to get Steam working on here, right? So Steam's OS is based off of Arch, right? So I should be able to get this to game, right? Maybe we do that as a stream, try to get this set up as a gaming. So I actually dual boot right now, and I do, you know, I'm not a huge gamer, but I do like to play Age of Empires 4. It's terribly fun. And I think it would be fun to try to get that to work on the Linux install. Yeah. Florp is a good browser. Is that a real thing? Is Florp a real thing? Let's ask ChatGPT. Is Florp Florp is indeed a real browser. It's a fascinating project that aims to strike a balance between versatility, privacy, and web openness. Unlimited customization. Oh, it's built on Firefox? That's cool. A lot of times they're built on the Chromium engine. Like even Edge is built on the Chromium engine. We'll have to give Florp a try. It's fun to say Florp. I agree. It's fun to say Florp. Now I want to use Florp like as an like we're gonna have a Florping great time, but I think I'll get demonetized for that, even though I'm just saying Florp. Is it Florp or Flurp? Flurp? Is it Flurp? Like I feel like the double O is actually oo, right? It's an oo, so it would be like Flurp, Flurp. I can't even say that word. You're learning React right now? So if you're on Windows and you don't have a problem with Windows, learn WSL. If you're wanting to learn a little bit of Linux, no, not that. Windows WSL. If you're wanting to do a little bit of like back-end stuff and you're wanting to understand Linux, this is a great place to start. 100% fantastic place to start. You don't have to worry about installing and partitioning your drive or buying another drive to install Linux on. Don't do that. Don't do it. Start with WSL. You get a full-fledged, there's actually a VM in the back end in Hyper-V powering that. So there's actually a Linux thing running. And yeah, it's a great place to start. Yep, Dane's an expert. Dane Alex gotcha. WSL is great for it. There's a bunch of distributions there. I would just pick Ubuntu. I don't know all the distributions that support it. But yeah. You could do a live Linux with a thumb drive. Absolutely. You have problems with WSL failing? That's interesting. I've never actually had it fail. I've only done it like 2 or 3 times. So I'm not like an expert. I have to look up which system thing to enable anyways every single time that I do it, which is dumb, but whatever. Okay. Let me change my stream title because we finished with the database for today. We'll do more with the database later. Another day. We're just going to chill and work with stream alerts. We need to update our stream alerts to have a sound, to queue. There's several things. All right. I don't remember how to install WSL. I know that Windows has a terminal. I could reboot in Windows and we could look at it right now. Cool thing is my stream is from a little stream box. So I can reboot my computer if I like, which is cool. Never really comes up. Except the one time we were working through a driver bug for my networking, which was cool because my computer lost network, but the stream didn't die because, anyways, that's cool. I'm sure that you can just find instructions on how to install it. Super easy. Mint is super easy and stable. I've never used it, Scott, but I've heard that Mint is really simple and easy. Here's the instructions, if you were wondering. I'm assuming that this needs to be a run as administrator. That's like running as sudo. That's running as an admin. Yep. There used to be like system things that you had to enable. Maybe you don't have to do that anymore. But yeah. Let me check my Slack. Code of silence. I opened a request with Ori. No, I haven't gotten a response yet. So I still need to figure out what we're doing for auth. I really want to use Ori. I might just bite the bullet and start leveraging Gatekeeper. It feels unnecessary for me to run this, but it's maybe not bad. Dane has arrived. It's good to see you, Dane. All right. Twitch alerts. So we actually have an update to this that should reconnect because we have the failed heartbeat and we actually just need to deploy that, honestly. Right? We never deployed that. Oh, I use Dane, I didn't see your question. I didn't answer it. I use hardware and software. Now, okay, so I was called out on this, probably rightfully so. You can probably get better audio than I have for cheaper or good enough audio. So I have audio hardware because I figure that most of whether it's my YouTube videos or if it's my live streams, it's the audio quality. And so I have tried to work hard to make sure it's good audio. Now, even now, the heat's running, which if I'm quiet and the music's off, I think I'm compressing that out. But it's there. There is the hiss from that. I tried to do a low pass filter and get that out, but oh, gonna reboot. So I use I have a dynamic mic to try to get rid of children noise and ventilation noise. And then I have something called a Rodecaster Pro. I think it's the Duo. Rodecaster Pro Duo. Yeah. I have this, which is super expensive. It's like $500. It's this thing. It's chunky. It sits on your desk. But it's really nice for a couple... It's really nice for a couple reasons. I can talk about a script and feel free to make it still a family-friendly stream. So there's actually a lot of stuff like that. I actually now can also do some of the compressing and stuff in the Rodecaster, so I get a clean signal out to my camera. So there's those things that I really like about it. It also can drive something like this without a cloud lifter. It has really clean preamps. So that's another thing that's really nice. The other thing is because I'm in a 2 PC setup, literally both PCs go to this. The streaming PC as well as my main PC plug into this. So not only can I hear sound from both of them, but I can also pipe the sound to whichever one I want, which is really, really powerful. Really, really nice. Really, really expensive. You don't need this to have a fantastic stream. There's many better streamers than me that don't have this, but I do enjoy it. I do love it. Right, Dane. It is so nice. It's really nice, and it feels like, you know, what? I chronically stream to less than 10 people, so definitely overkill for me. And you don't need it, and I don't want people to feel like they need it. I want to be clear. I have been blessed that I can afford it, and I really do like it. And I actually want to leverage it more. You know, I have, but there's so much more that I can do that with, like sound effects and whatnot. I want to get like a cheer and a laugh and some other stuff to be a little bit more fun. Anyways. we have derailed. So we got the database stuff done. So that was the big thing for today. At this point, I'm happy to dig into whatever. If we have nothing else, I'll get into the Twitch alerts. If we have something else to do, we'll do that. I know, we have 12 viewers. I'm thankful for all 12 of you. You all 12 are fantastic people for supporting me. Thanks for your support. Thanks for coming out, hanging out, chatting. I appreciate it. And hopefully some of this stuff is valuable to you. Please create a default Unix user account. The username does not need to match your Windows username. I think it's just asking you for a username for your WSL user. So when your Linux machine needs a username. I think that's all it's asking you for. Just give it a username. Just give it a username. That's all it's wanting. It's wanting a user. All right. So. Do you know what I dislike about the M1s? Do you know what I really dislike about the M1s? I want to get an M1 Mac because I like the hardware. It just doesn't run Linux. I don't know why I opened the web browser. I was going to show you guys something, but like it just doesn't run Linux. The M1s, you can't install Linux. There is the one project with the Asahi. It's the it makes me think Japanese, but I don't know if it is a Japanese or not. M1 Mac Linux port. What is it called? Asahi? Okay. Asahi? I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyways, there's this, but like it's not even fully supported and doesn't support their GPUs last I checked. Do you know how to make a Discord bot? I have made a Discord bot. Not a very good one. We did it in Rust. It doesn't really do much at this point, but yeah. Let's see. Please enter a username matching the regular express. It seems to not like what you put in there. Did you like put spaces and stuff? I would just do it like really, really simple. You know, I generally put just like Merrick, my first name, as the username. Don't do something like Merrick space exclamation point is awesome. This is a bad username. I wouldn't do this. Well, one, because my name is Merrick, not yours. I mean, you could be a Merrick. There's not many Merricks out there. I feel like I need to go to a Polish convention to meet more Merricks. There is a famous soccer player, though, that is Merrick. It is working. It is working. So the thing is, watch this. If I do this, sudo yay SYU, it's going to ask me for my password. Look at me typing. It's not typing anything because it's not letting me dox myself. This is a security thing. Your keyboard is working. It's just not showing it. That's actually a security thing. So your keyboard is working. You just have to type and hit return. See, watch this. I'll hit return and it will say, that's not your password. Sorry, try again. I'm not actually going to update my machine. I'm just going to cancel that, but it's working. Trust me on that. All right. Twitch alerts. Let's do this. Let's do this. We're going to need to update our deployment. We did update our listener service, right? We have a timeout now. Yeah, we have a keep alive. No problem. I suppose they could do this where you actually type your password in and it shows stars. But that would show the length. I think the idea is that it shows nothing because it doesn't tell you the length. It doesn't tell you anything. Sure, somebody could count the number of times you press your keys. So length maybe is... So yeah. Okay. We do this select. And we have an else. So if we don't select a message, we check this. So if you're trying to get into NVim, NeoVim, there's a great thing TJ does. And I followed him, and like I've edited it and I've updated it to be my own a little bit. But what is it called? NVim what is it? It's like a jumpstart. Maybe this will give it. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Don't worry, it only has 150 repositories. This should be no problem. Kickstart, not jumpstart. Kickstart. Thank you. This is it. This is it. So I started here. I thought Tej did this. Maybe he put it into the NVim Lua. Anyways, I use this. I use this to start. It gives you a great base. It looks like it's moved on a little bit from where I leveraged it. And that's okay. That's okay. Thank you for that. I couldn't remember what it was. I appreciate it. Kickstart. So go check it out. Kickstart. Typecraft has a great... if you have a link for him, that would be great. I probably should watch those. Yeah. I probably should watch those. Okay. thanks everybody for pulling together. We were looking right here, right? Let's see, up here. This, I believe, we'll select. I don't know what the else. I forget. We were looking at this and right. So this else. Now my question is, this else isn't going to keep falling back, right? Creates a future that resolves to the next item in the stream. Note the next is not take ownership of the stream. The stream must be unpinned. If you want to use next with unpinned stream, you first have to pin the stream. This can be done by boxing the stream using box pin or pinning it. This is something we need to cover more in deep detail. How long have I been writing Rust for? I have never written Rust professionally. I think that's something that should be pretty self-evident. So I don't consider myself a professional Ruster. So it's not something I've ever used like every single day. I mostly just use it here on stream. And I have enjoyed it. I've probably been doing it for a year on stream. Maybe roughly. Before that, I played around with it. Like, I have Rust code that I've written back in like 2018, just playing around with it. But like, those were always spurts of like, oh, this is cool. I'll do it for, 10 minutes for 3 weeks and make a little project and just then be done and forget about it. So it's only been like the last year that I've been streaming solidly as I do this instead of just focusing more on videos. And so I would say for a year, I've been solidly doing Rust at least, 3 times a week. For an hour or two on stream, which coding on stream is way slower than coding not on stream because for me, it's about community and about helping and whatnot. So there's questions and there's stuff like this. I'm not just sitting here focusing on the Rust code. So it's, maybe about a year. I would say probably not like a year of professional work though. Like I said, a year of Twitch. So, and then, little bits of time before that, which were far between. See, I don't think that this else is good right here. Because I feel like... Oh, no. This is good. This is good. If we don't have a message, we just... I feel like this is going to create a lot of headache, right? Because it's going to hit this else all the time. And then it's going to loop around. Because it's not pausing on this. It's like, do you have a message? If not, we'll check the keep alive. And then we'll come back to the select. Usually it would just pause on the select, right? I don't know that this is the right way to deal with this. Opaque codes, thanks. There's Rust working for you, generating a Twitch alert. You're obviously a skill rogue, and it's great to have you on the team. If you're talking about WSL for Ubuntu, I don't think so. Not a lot, but probably at least some. You can disable it if you like. Those Twitch alerts is actually what we're working on right now. So what happens is Twitch is actually sending us a heartbeat. And what happens is Twitch just stops sending us a heartbeat for whatever reason. And right now we're not doing anything with it. So like, let's say... So this is the heartbeat. You can see every 10 seconds, pretty much on the note, it heartbeats with us and we get a message. You can see we have 2 more than we did the other time because it's sitting there and heartbeating. Every once in a while, this just dies. It doesn't close the channel. The WebSocket actually stays open somehow, but the heartbeat stops coming through. So that's what we're taking. Now, it used to be when we first did this, it ran months without this happening, and now it's every day. Our heartbeat dies. It just dies. So it's become a pressing concern to fix this. What I don't know is if this is the right way to handle it. I guess it has to be. If we don't get a message, we check the time. This feels like it's going to thrash this thread, but that's probably fine. That's what it has nothing else to do except check for this. So this is probably fine. Probably fine. So let's actually check this deployment. I also have Vim opens NeoVim, just so you all know. I just type Vim. It's actually NeoVim, but this is not a stateful set anymore, right? Yeah, it's not a stateful set. We changed it from a stateful set. I didn't change the file name. Okay, cool. So actually, all we need to do to update this is update the version that we're deploying. Where is our container? Here it is. All right. So we need to build a new container and deploy it. What do we think about LunarVim? I need to learn NeoVim first. Oh, it's like MVChat or AstroVim. Okay, so I like the Kickstarter that was sent. I like the Kickstarter because unlike those huge distributions, this gets you 90% of the way there, but it also guides you through. So I know that TJ has an entire video on it, but it kind of gets you to doing it instead of just being this opaque thing. It's like a very there thing. So anyways, I like that because my goal was to learn, not just to use one of the... But that's why I picked Kickstart. I'm not saying that InVChat or any of those other ones are bad. That's not what I'm saying. What's up? How are you all doing? ICS Boxy. Good to see you. No Labs Live. YouTube is a little bit ignored. I'm sorry. I need to actually put... I have a problem because right now, if I have YouTube chat up, I can't have YouTube chat and Twitch events up. Sorry, YouTube. RDJ Power. It is a little bit ignored. There is no WSL for Max, though. There is none. There is 0 WSL for Max. All right, so let's see. Can we just Docker build? Let's see. What is the image name? All right. This is the command, and we want 15. I might have to log into Docker to push this. You're correct in saying, hey, we don't have a CI/CD system for this. We don't. We should set one up with GitHub Actions since it's in GitHub. Macs are almost there with their terminal and Homebrew. You want to know something? Windows with its new terminal has a better terminal than Mac. Mac's terminal is antiquated. I'm gonna say that. My wife has a Mac, so I've used it. Their terminal and window management is just garbage, which is like what I want an OS to do. And then Homebrew isn't even like a real thing. Like, obviously it's a real thing, but like Mac itself doesn't have something. This is like a third-party add-on. And this annoys me because everybody's like, Mac is fantastic. And they're like, once you get a third-party thing for window management, once you get a third-party thing for file management, once you get a third-party thing for terminal, and it's like, okay, wait, what parts of the OS are you actually liking? I don't know here. I don't know. We need to talk. What's wrong with a Mac terminal? I mean, it's a terminal. There's no, like, nice features. I guess it's a terminal. It's not a Linux terminal, so that kind of sucks. And this is just building, guys. I like that you can quickly jump to previous prompt locations. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Thank you for the bit. You know what? I don't think our AI does anything for bits. We can program that. We should do that. Thank you for the bit. And we'll have to... We'll have to add that to the alerts. We'll have to do something fun. We'll have to generate something with an AI that's fun. Okay, well, this is interesting. Cannot be built, requires Rust 174 or newer, while the currently active what? 167? That's not the... Oh, you know what? It's the containers version of Rust. Let's look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Look at that. 174. My goodness. ICS Boxy. Don't cheer more. I don't have a Twitch alert for you. You need to stop cheering because I just said I haven't written the code. It's not even a bug. It's just the code doesn't exist. The code for that does not exist. Check this out. It doesn't exist. But thank you also. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I really do. We can go and see where we parse these. I haven't actually touched this for a little while. See, this is where we can we do our parsing right here. And all of these are not supported. All of these are just not supported. So there's only a few things supported right now. Channel raid, subscribe, follow, subscribe V1, subscribe gift, and here. This is what you got. You got a fantastic log message that cheer is not supported. Thank you so much for the cheer, by the way. I appreciate it. Because of you, we'll have to support this. We will have to support this in the near future. All right, so this should work now, right? Because we updated the version of Rust. Dane, you know, this bot is actually the reason we're making a null cloud. I've explained this quite a few times. I need to make a video about why I'm making the null cloud. So instead of keeping on explaining, I'm going to put... I wanted somebody to be able to log into the null cloud before I made the announcement. And so maybe I need to just do the knee-jerk thing and get rid of Ori. Maybe I just need to get rid of Ori so people can go freaking log in, and we'll just use something like Clerk or Auth0. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is hard to read. Everything's red. Let's just build this normal like. Cargo, build, bin, monolith. Oh, Dane, it's not a problem. It's a problem that I haven't concisely stated in a video that I can just point people to. You know, really what needs to happen is you should be able to do exclamation point null cloud, and it should like put a link in chat of why we're doing the null cloud. Wait a second. Did I screw something up? How does this... Uh-oh. Did I accidentally screw something up? Did I accidentally press a key or something? I might have. 397. 397. What the crap did I accidentally post here? What the... That's the pod name. How did I do that? How am I so bad at Vim that I did that? Do you know what? No, I do not know what that is. We have a problem. How did that happen? How am I that bad at Vim? Like, sometimes this is the questions that need to be asked. Oh, and leaks my IP address? That's fantastic. That's exactly what I need. That's what I need, is something to leak my IP address. Okay, cool. So I think we fixed it. I think it was just that. Okay, so now we'll try the container again. You don't give people any ideas. That is not what I wanted to do. I need it to be 15. Don't give people any ideas because I do a good enough job of leaking sensitive data. Thankfully, everything I've leaked so far is easy to change out. On this computer, I make keys specifically for streaming with this computer so that when I leak them, I can just revoke them. And the only thing that's affected is this computer, thankfully. All my computers get different keys, but it's especially important on this computer. Thank you. I like Null Cloud. As soon as I figure out what the crap we're doing with Auth, and I don't know if you've seen my Auth streams, I really like Ori, and I want Ori to work, but Ori feels like it's shoehorning me into something I don't want to do. As soon as I figure that out, we're really good to go. One second, I gotta log into Docker. So Cone of Silence. I need to get a Cone of Silence. There's so much stuff I need to do, and then I end up streaming. Maybe I'm gonna take. I might take a Tuesday or Thursday off in the next couple weeks to work on some of the stream stuff, so that we can have some more some fun things. Cone of Silence. Okay. Logged in. Now, while that's going, we can update the deployment. It's not a stateful set anymore. We need to update the YAML name. It's just a deployment. Oh no, I just deleted it. It's just a deployment. Okay, so then we can just image, next, done. Yeah, we need to manage this. We should do GitOps instead of what we're doing. I get it. I get it. I've always wanted it deployed through the null cloud mechanism, though. This is why I've never actually done like an official deployment, because right now it's kind of side loaded on the null clouds cluster, and really it should run via the null cloud. And thus I've never actually worried to actually make a real deployment out of it. All right, that's pushed. This is written. Let's get it deployed. Let's get it applied. We're in the wrong directory. And that's in the namespace Twitch alerts. Done. Twitch alerts should now be on the newest, most improved, fault tolerant version. Okay. Except that it's erroring. It's erroring. Fantastic. Fantastic. That did not work out nearly as well as I had wanted. Did not work out nearly as well as we were hoping. Not nearly as fault tolerant as some would have you believe. Wait. libSSL. Wait, what? This seems a bit odd, a bit peculiar, right? Oh, interesting. I see what's going on here. No, I don't see what's going on here. So the light stream is actually working, right? But the Twitch alerts isn't. So this is a light stream runs on this. Why would this change? I don't understand this. Like, why would this affect? This is a small code change. TCP stream, you came here for counting, but it looks like it's only ones and zeros. That's right. That's right. I do count occasionally. Right now, we're counting errors. Right now, it's errors. Do I have a link to my Discord bot videos? No, I didn't make proper YouTube videos out of those. Those were just live streams. Maybe we could do some. I want to have some more Discord bot, like with the subscribers and stuff. So right now we have all of this wonderful stuff. When there's a new subscriber, we could have a little party and store their custom message in a channel in Discord. So we should integrate Discord with our alert system. 100%. 1000%. It's not there. And what we did with Discord, it was just a live stream. Was one of the first things I did. So we're back to running. For some reason, this small, teeny little change has some major impacts. Why does my hair have some color? Well, because I duct taped this light above my head. Because what happens here, I'll show you what it looks like with it off. So what happens is my hair kind of bleeds into the darkness. There's no separation. Like, it just kind of disappears, and there's not a distinct separation. So this kind of tries to give it some separation so that I don't just, like, disappear, fade. That's the idea. I need to play around with it. It's new. The light is not new, but what I'm trying is new, at least. All right. Well, we're back to the old version. That's, good. Good and bad. We got to figure this out. Okay, I guess we go to full testing mode. Full testing mode. Let's get this done. It's an RGB light, so I can change the color. Whether right now it's like on a palish blue. Yesterday it was greenish. Put the light. So okay. You're 100% right. So I was reading up on this, Scott. The problem I have right now is getting the light actually behind me and not bleeding into the camera. So what I mean by that is, like, to do what you're saying, you need a very directional light, and I don't have that. So if I bring it further behind me and point it forward, it puts a haze on the camera. So, all the bits and stuff will go to a light that I can direct. This is just like, okay, fun story. I actually have stuff taped to it to make it a little bit more directional. I actually have stuff taped to it. My AT&T flyers, the ones that I keep getting for the fiber, are taped to try to keep the bleed, because even now it was bleeding. I was gonna see if I can't take a picture. I'll post a picture on Discord afterwards. I was trying to make those grid boxes out of junk mail. Anyways, it's a little DIY right now. It's a very DIY right now. It's very DIY right now. But yes, you're completely right. It should get on my shoulders a little bit as well. That would be great. And maybe I could do it if I could get it like directly above me. It has to be off to the side because there's a pole that I taped it to. There's a pole that I taped it to. I need to get like a C-stand or something like that to hold it above me. So there's a lot of problems with my current setup. I thought that it was better than nothing right now, but my current setup has a lot of configurability problems. To get a tilt so that the light is tilted down a little bit, that is paper behind it. More junk mail. Anyways, it's a disaster. Let's not talk about it. Oh, a coffee can melted to the frame. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I need to go get a coffee can somewhere. I can probably go to like the nearest recycling plant, right? And get a coffee can. Okay, that's... Sorry, you said make a top hat with a coffee can. A top hat to me is like what the English people wear. Like, I don't know. I guess this is like 200 years ago. This is also Americans. That's what I was thinking, top hat. Like Abraham Lincoln, top hat. But you were talking about a thing to go to directionalize the light. I got it. Maybe I can make this a little bit better. Yeah, right now it's just junk mail. That's making it directional. Okay, so sorry for the... We need a couple of things here. We need a... What do we need? We need to run the Twitch... let's see. Twitch... Command line. We're going to start the WebSocket server. Yep. Okay. We got that going. So I'm making little progresses on the stream and how it looks. I'm having fun doing it. Okay, so we have the web server going. Then we need to actually run our service. Cargo run bin monolith. Oh, before we do this, we need to source everything. Source chat GPT. We need to source Twitch, you know what? I don't remember whether it was Twitch bot or Twitch chat. But we do need the mock setup, Twitch mock setup. Oh, Scott, that would be awesome. I would be thrilled. I have enjoyed like figuring out how to do this, and you can see in my YouTube videos, like hopefully the recording has progressively gotten a little bit better. You know, I'm not good at making YouTube videos, but I do try to do my best. The same with streaming. I might not be the most entertaining person to stream, but I do try my best. I do. But yeah. So I enjoy trying to do my best at whatever I do. Whether that's failing to code online or yeah. So now I think we can just do cargo, and I shouldn't leak anything. Shouldn't is the keyword. Cargo run bin monolith. And we're listening. Now, this should be listening to this. Yeah, see? We got a connection. We're running it locally, so we're all faking it out. Okay, and now, let's see. We want to do a new tab, and in here we can do Twitch. I forget. Event. I forget how we send an event. Trigger. Dutch, we're so mocking. Right now, we are so mocking an event, not code. You know that I think, very respectable people disagree with this take, and so I'm open to being wrong. I think mocks are bad. I think mocks are a code smell. I'm not saying that they're always bad. I think a lot of the times when I've seen mocks, it means that you're not testing something is probably the problem. Again, I'm not saying every case. I'm not saying that you can't find a case where a mock actually enabled you to test something useful. In general case, I don't like mocks. Now, there are people that are very smart that disagree with me. So take it for a grain of salt. Maybe I'm wrong. That's my feeling, Dutch, is that mocks test your test code. And then, like, do you test something to test the thing that tests your test code? Like, where does this stop? I mean, I feel like inception's already happening in my brain and I'm already starting to hurt. Anyways, let's see. What do we want to trigger? Trigger subscribe. We'll just do subscribe. My brain hurts very easily, though, so, you know. Okay. We did not get a thing through here. I don't see anything. That did not work how I meant for it to. Wait, we are connected to the mock server, right? Where would that tell us? Do we print where we connect to? I'm not seeing it. Dutch, stop it. Stop it. So this is listening to the local event stream. So we didn't get that log, which is perfect because we should be listening to this. Now, why did this not happen? We're not to sound yet. We're not to sound yet. We're just testing locally, okay? I know what's wrong with sound. I know what's wrong with sound. The web browsers. Let's just try again. Nothing. Where does this go? Let's look this up. Twitch dev. No, I wanted docs. Okay, so what am I trying to do? This is the Twitch CLI. Maybe I should just... But why did... Twitch CLI. Don't auto-complete search. That is one thing I have noticed it tries to do is auto-complete search for me, and it just picks something different. That's not what I wanted. Maybe my biggest problem. Okay, oh, maybe I need to configure the... Before you can use the Twitch CLI, you must configure it with your application's client ID and secret. Do I have to do this every single time? I've already done this. All right, maybe I need to do this, and I should script this out. It's been a long time since we had to do this. I'm trying to do it so I don't have to Cone of Silence. I was hoping that mock setup isn't going to help with this. I was trying to do this without Cone of Silencing you guys. Do I really need to set this up for just using the CLI directly locally? I don't remember it needing to do that. I thought we could just run a mock server, right? Without actually setting, like... Because you can use Twitch to actually, like, you can use the CLI to actually do stuff on your behalf. I don't think we need it for the mock API. Let's see. Use the mock server. This is... Test webhook events. Okay. Oh. Maybe I did this wrong. I didn't do the F. I didn't do the F. What an F. What a fail on my part. What a fail. What a fail. All right, let's give this a try. We're gonna give it the local host. This probably was trying to go out into the ether or something and do it. We are on the WebSocket. We are on the WebSocket. Wait. Maybe we shouldn't do HTTPS. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at this. We're cooking. It didn't work, but we're cooking. And it at least did stuff. Events can be forwarded from the server from blah, 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 blah. There can send traffic client after a connection with a session. Example. Oh, did I need to do the transport WebSocket? I bet this is what I was missing. Transport WebSocket. That's what I'm missing. That's fine. We can do that. Ah, it's working. In the darkest hour of the party's quest, when all hope seemed lost, Test from User emerged from the shadows with unwavering courage and unparalleled skill. This is actually a pretty good one. Well, this is good. We have local testing sorted, and we need to sort this a little better. You know what I think? This would be a great Docker Compose, right? Because we need this thing running, we need this thing running, and then we need to send commands. This might be a great Docker Compose. I don't know. Maybe. We'll talk about it. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. I would like to make it a little bit more like seamless, where you just like run a command and it's all ready to test. That would be a little bit less setup. Now the real problem here is our deployment didn't work, but this does work. This does work. Ooh, do we want to simulate a failure and see if we try to reconnect? Let's do that. Simulate a failure. Oh, we just literally bombed. Okay. Well, that was oh, because we can't connect. Shouldn't we just try again? Shouldn't we just try again? I feel like that's at least a bug that we can deal with. I feel like that should not... Wait. WebSocket 54. I don't know why I went to... No, I said 54. Oh. So we don't wrap this. We do wrap this, and we call connect again. But this connect just has this. Okay. I get that this is an error. I kind of expected it to loop again because this is in a loop, but this is killing it, the context. I don't understand what this thing is doing. I realize that it's wrapping the error message. But shouldn't it just continue on its merry way? Instead of just yeeting itself right out of there? You did it the sync way? I probably did it the dumb way first, too. I probably did it the sync way, too. Synced it. So the only thing that I have to say is like this first connect is not inside the loop, but we were already inside the loop. We were already inside the loop when we killed it. Huh. I don't know why it died. So if there was an error to connect here, it won't go on, right? Why is it just, when running application, when reestablishing connection, can't connect. So we had reestablishing connection. When reestablishing connection, yeah. So we hit this where there was an error. A reset without closing handshake. Yeah. Called reset connection. So here we called connect. And it's saying it can't connect. But why does that bring it to its knees? Oh, because we unwrap it. I'm a dum-dum. I was not seeing the unwrap there. Okay, which then brings this all crashing down. Okay. So we don't want to do this. We don't want to do this. We basically just want to try reconnect. We want to try reconnect. Rust versus Java. Should we do that? Should it, RDJ power? You guys know that I'm biased. Java was the first language I learned. Not even joking. First language I learned. I learned Java. Do you guys really want me to do a bit next Saturday on Java versus Rust? I was going to do a Go versus Rust because I thought that was a little bit more fair. Well, I know, Scott. I know. That's what RDJ Power is asking me to do this, but I don't know. I think RDJ Power does Java, and I don't want to hurt their feelings. Okay. Next Saturday, I will do Rust versus Java. I will try to make it as fair of a comparison as possible. Now, I've already said a lot of about Java that I don't like is how people write Java, the Java EE people. And I don't mean that as an offensive take towards those people. I just don't like that style of coding. And it probably has its place. I don't love it. So yeah. Anyways, I'll do it. Go versus Java. I could do a Go versus Java as well. All right, we'll do some battles. We'll do maybe one a week for a couple of weeks. We'll do Battle of the Languages. I'll prepare for them too. I'll have a little bit of stuff prepared for them. Some examples. I'll leave Go versus Rust to be last because I've actually wanted to make a YouTube video because like people will ask why I prefer Rust. And like there's a bunch of little reasons, but it'd be nice to like put them all together. Scott, that's a great take. That's a great take. We need a NeoVim config stream. Look, I don't know that I'm good enough at NeoVim to do a NeoVim config stream. I don't know if that makes sense, but we could. I need to actually work on my config because like there's one thing that that doesn't happen right now is on save I don't have format run. I have that working on Go. When I tried to do it with Rust, it didn't work. So I really would like FMT to be running every single time I save a buffer. So I might need to do a NeoVim config stream anyways because I just need to actually update mine. You know what? I actually like the concept of Zig. So Zig, I think, sits in a place where Rust might struggle a little. If you're talking about embedded, you can do Rust on embedded, but part of me says that Zig might be better at that because they have the like no hidden allocations. So like embedded stuff might be better to do with Zig. I don't know. I don't know the language well enough to make that statement. Zig is not as safe as Rust is. One thing that I wish that Rust could adapt somehow is where macros aren't a terrifying thing to learn. We need to do a macro stream where we learn Rust macros, but that terrifies me. Scott, have you used Rust on ESP32? I couldn't get it to work because you had to do like... I tried to get it on the ESP32s that I have. I didn't actually get it compiling and deploying to the ESP32 and linking to the C library that I wanted to use. I didn't get it to work. If you have a blog article on that, I would love to see that. Okay. So the hidden memory allocations might be the thing Zig has for embedded, just because you do really care about memory. But I'm not saying that Rust is bad for the embedded. I was just saying if you might have a slight edge, it would be there. Cool. Zig is not quite as safe with memory. So if you're looking for safety, Zig isn't quite as safe, but it has some cool ideas. I love its macros. I love Zig macros. I'm not afraid to say it. Rust macros are amazing to use. They're terrifying to write. Have you ever looked at a Rust macro? Have you ever looked at a Rust macro? Oh my goodness. Like, did somebody just puke on the screen? I don't know. Possibly somebody just puked on the screen. This is terrifying. They are amazing to use, though. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely. I love using Rust macros. I have never written my own. We need to write one. We will write one. We'll do a stream of writing our first Rust macro. Okay. So really what we need here is to not error. How do we want to deal with this, though? How do we want to deal with this? So we don't just explode up the stack. That would be a great mod prog thing. Mod prog. You're 100% right. I'll ask mod prog if he'll come on stream with me. Or maybe I can join his stream. One way or the other. Wouldn't care. Let me take note of that. Thank you. That's a fantastic. He can teach me the ways of Rust macros. Okay, good question. Why do you use your own custom software instead of Streamlabs, OBS, or OBS? Well, I do use OBS. For what? I do use OBS. I don't do that part. But the reason I do my own events is none of them allow me to do an AI-powered event, right? Everybody on Twitch gets a custom event just for them. And that's what my own allows me to do. So basically it was a feature problem. Streamlabs is behind. You know, literally if you subscribe, you get a AI powered event. This is a test, but this is AI powered. This is custom to the person. If we spin this up again and do another message, guess what? We'll get a completely new message. Every single time. Every subscriber gets their own event. In the middle of battle, the party was surrounded by foes as their cleric fell. I'm sorry, whoever our cleric was. I'm sorry. Test from user. This is the username. Step forward, wielding healing magic. With each spell, wounds close and out. This is what my own custom Twitch alerts allows me to do. if there's a raid, there's a tale about another party that raided our party and came and rescued us. If there is a subscriber, there is a thing about how they gave to support the cause, a custom message for it. Now, YouTube isn't supported yet. This is only Twitch at the moment. I want to integrate YouTube to this eventually. It's not. Right now, it's just Twitch alerts. In the future, we'll get YouTube alerts in there as well. But that's why. That's why we write our own. You don't need to watch on Twitch. You can continue watching on YouTube. That's completely fine. I just don't have I don't have Twitch events there yet. I only have them on Twitch. I plan on supporting YouTube. And I'm sorry that it's not supported there yet. I just only have so many days to stream. And I do most of the work on this on stream, so. And as you can see, I am a very productive programmer while streaming. Very productive. Super productive. I am... Okay. We need to deal with this. We need to deal with this. I'm trying to understand what the best way would be. Should we catch this outside of run and just call run again? I don't think so. No live lab merch? I don't know. I don't know about that. I have some shirts and stuff. I never promote where you can get them. I don't know. I feel weird about that. I just have like a null pointer, which is like a pointer that has the word null on it because I found that funny. And I do find it funny. Dude, he is so productive while streaming. Maybe a little less interactive, but he is super productive. All right, let me be a little productive. I'm blanking on this. Let's just stop. No, we can't stop dealing with this because we need to assign self. So what we're going to do is we're gonna do like res equals this. Yeah, we're gonna do let here. S is our mutable self, so we can do something like something like this. I know that we're like wait, let's not unwrap it twice here. We shouldn't have to unwrap it twice here, right? Because we're doing an if let, right? Wait. We're doing if let's do a let here. Let's do this. Okay. And then we'll just do an else. There we go. And then this equals a server. Boom. I don't need to call continue here. Oh, it was expecting. Wait. Do we need to just do okay? Yeah, we need to do okay around. Wait. Can we just return server here? No. What is it expecting me to return here? What is the select expecting? I think it's expecting an okay server, right? Let me read this. Unexpected. This is found to be typed blah, blah, blah. Okay, it doesn't want this. What does it want? What does it want? What do you want from me? Oh, was I missing a semicolon there this entire time? Was that what was causing this? Ooh, Dutch. I like the shirt idea. You should make an alternative to that. I don't always test my code, but when I do, I test it in production and change it to, but when I do it on Twitch. I like that one. I do it in both production and Twitch at the same time. But when I do test in production, I do it in front of a crowd. I'm getting confused because we're in we're in this one. We're in this match right here. So this is this matching on this message that we can then use, that we can then process. I got it. So it wants a mess. I so missed this. This was stupid on my part. Welcome to my stream where I make stupid mistakes and are not paying attention. Okay, so this makes so much more sense. Now, how do we want to deal with this? So this is on error. This is on error. And this is where we actually break. So we have to have a continue there. That's the idea. That's the idea, is we have to have this continue. Okay. I was screwing up. For sure. Okay, so we change this. We make this the result. So far, we should still be good like this. Yeah. Okay. Except we need to let. Okay. I got what we're doing now. Okay. Now, if we want to deal with if there was an error. Do we want to deal with if there was an error? We don't really care, do we? We just need to log it if there was an error. And then we need to assign S to whatever it was. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it. We need to run format on this. Something is wacky. Not in a good way either. Okay. So this should retry because basically there should just be another error. So this is going to loop around again and it should just try to connect again. We might want to say that if it failed, we want to do like we could say here that we want to do something like Tokyo time sleep. We just want to sleep for a second to, wait. Maybe, that way we just don't thrash something. And this will, anyways. This way we don't just try to reconnect immediately again. But this should stop us from just... Obviously we call unwrap, but after we know that it's safe. And we're just logging. Okay, I don't know why it took me so long to understand that piece of code. Understand it better now. We shouldn't fail now if we disconnect. Let's try it. All right, we are listening. Let's kill it. Error. Oh, we didn't die. Now, in a little bit, we should try connecting again. Ready, set, go. We didn't die, but we kind of died. No, there we go. Started going again. Check that out. Beautiful. So now, if our connection dies, we should connect again. Let's try it again. Oh, error! Oh no! Twitch died. I'm so dramatic. It's okay. It's like a professional programmer dealt with it. We're back. Okay, cool. Now, as code reuse goes, we need to repeat this thing here. So basically, if the keep alive fails, we need to reconnect. But when we reconnect, we don't want to just explode all the way up the chain. We want to just try to reconnect, and if it fails, we can try to reconnect again. RDJ Power, you're trying to make a stream on your Mac and OBS keeps crashing when I start streaming? Dude, I'm not a streaming wizard. Now, I actually stream off an M1 Mac Mini. I've never had problems of it crashing, though. I probably need to update it. It's probably old. Okay. So we need to do the same thing here. How do we want to basically implement this in a function? Let's just copy it down because we can't do the continue, but we can probably let's look at this. We can probably do something. That is not what I meant to do. Async. Let's see. We'll call this process failure. Is that? Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. This is what it thought of, which we also don't handle this if we need to get a refresh token, but we'll deal with refresh token, later on in life. Oh, that's what I delete. I deleted it. I want this. You know what? One second. I need to delete this. Then I need to copy. Actually, I forget the command. There is a command to go through your copy history, your yank history. I don't remember it. Because I just wanted to do like one back, but I don't remember what it was. All right, so we need this to be... We need this to be a result. We need this to be result. No, we don't want this to be a result because we want this to deal with it. This just returns nothing, and it doesn't need this. That's dumb. One second. I'm thinking through it. I'm thinking it through. Because we've got to deal with it. We don't want to boil it up. That's the problem. I was thinking we need to know whether we need to call continue or not. But either way, we call continue, right? Either result... So we don't need to call continue from here. What we do need to do is instead of continue from here, we need to call return. Because we don't want to call the unwrap here. And then that's all. We're done. We're done. This is self. Is this self? No, it's this. Do you know what? Let's make this not this. Let's not do this. This was a bad idea. We're going to make this down here. outside. This is just going to be a function. Not down there. Right here. And this is not going to be a... It's going to be... this. Although we don't need this span. I don't think. Maybe we do. There we go. That's going to be the WebSocket. For inch. I guess maybe we do need to put a span in there. Or we just don't instrument it. We'll leave the span in it. And then do we want to return the WebSocket client, whatever it is, whether it's the same one or a new one. And then what? We just return no, this seems gross. This whole thing seems gross. I take it back. Let's not do this. Let's make it self, because that seems less gross. I don't know. Let me see really quickly. I guess we just need to return. Let me walk through this. So here we're overwriting ourselves, right? And so really this should be like self equal res. This is a gross function, right? This would be a very gross function. So let's not do this. Let's instead... I don't know that I've helped anything. We'll do this. And this will return none. And then up here, we'll do something, option that looks roughly correct. Now, this logic is contained in something. And we can do this, right? Let's not call unwrap. Let's do that. And not S. That's our socket. So we'll just do... You know what? Instead of S, let's call this socket. Let's stop being dumb. Okay. We'll call that socket. And then we'll do a temporary as S. This was dumb. Make that readable. All right. So then we can let S equal this, which is an optional. And then really all it becomes is a if let. There we go. We don't even need to continue. And this is just that. Okay. Now, it's a little upset. It's a little upset. We screwed something up. We don't have a message now. Oh. Because the whole point here was that I see. I understand even better now. So this has no return type. It used to be that we were erroring out of this. But now we need to have a message of basically none here. Okay, I get it. What we're going to do is return none here. None. This is easy enough to deal with. So on a failure, we return none. And then we'll return some here. Okay. Now, really quickly, just for ease of we can just unwrap here. Done. Done, done, done. Let's do a new span. Let's span equal... This was all auto-generated garbage. Garbage. All right. Okay. We could have cloned, but I don't. I actually thought that this is probably cleaner. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? It's what I did. All right. We still haven't unwrapped, but this is okay for right now. Oh, and it's not okay because we're going to just die here. Okay, it's not okay. It's not okay. So we'll just do if let some message. So if we have some message. All right, we need to run cargo format on this. This is a disaster. Look at that. So much better. Okay. Redstone, hello? Sorry, I've not been looking at chat. I have been so focused on this. Twitch and YouTube just got neglected. I'm sorry. Hello, Redstone 40. It's good to see you. You just add Colmac. I've actually wanted to try Colmac. So, you know, I'm going to get a split keyboard, and I'm probably going to try to do Colmac on the split keyboard. I saw that with Colmac, you can like switch 3 characters at a time, and like get used to that. So I don't know if I do that or I just like dive face first into it. And see Dutch, what you need to do is just be a slow typer in the first place. I'll go from like 40 words per minute to 10 words per minute. And it doesn't feel nearly as bad as your 110. See, if you just sucked a little bit more, sucking wouldn't actually affect you so much. Okay. So now we did all of that. So we can yank this and use it here. I actually made a bug here. This needs to be return some of the socket, right? No. Because this is always going to return none. This is a problem, right? Oh no, this is the one. This is the one that returns. This branch will always return none. That's acceptable because we didn't receive a message. We had an error reading from the socket. My bad. And then we'll call sum here. Got it. Here, we don't need to copy that because basically we're just going to do this part right here. We don't care about the sum and the none. And then we can just delete that and we're good to go. Okay. Nice. You got the Voyager. So, that's the Moonlander. That's this one? I guess it's not the Moonlander. It's from the ZSA. You got this one? I think Russell was saying that some YouTuber that does a lot of keyboards said that this is like his favorite keyboard. I use the Moonlander for work, and I'm getting one for here. I like the Moonlander. It's the Moonlander, the Glove 80. I've never had the curved. I don't know if I will hate it or love it. And I also don't know if I want to spend $400 to find out that I love or hate it. I have the Moonlander and I like it. So I need a keyboard for this computer. And I don't know if I get the Moonlander, the Voyager. I like the idea of the Voyager where I could like put it in my backpack and like on work trips. Like that sounds nice. The glove, I don't know. I've heard that the curve is good for ergonomics. This is why I haven't gotten one, Dutch. Is like I don't want to spend this much money and find out that I hate the curves. I've been saving up for a keyboard. They're expensive. This is like $400, and like this is not much better. It's like what, 360 or something. Yeah, 365. Gosh, dang it. So I don't know what keyboard I'm gonna get. I haven't gotten one yet because of this. I did, like, if it was like $75, I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna try the curved one. And like, I hate it. Move on. But ugh. I guess I can always just give it away. A used keyboard seems weird to give away though. Would people want a used keyboard? Like, this is a nice keyboard. It's just too small for my hands, and I hit the escape button or the F1 button. You'll see this happen, and that's me just fat fingering it. The Advantage 360 is also $450, isn't it? Yeah, just a cool 450 plus. Plus. They should do plus. I mean, it's probably programmers. All right, we are listening. We should start getting handshakes. There we go. Process message. We are listening. Nice. All right, let's try terminating. We are the Terminators. Done. Process died. We got an error, but we didn't die. Nice. Will we come back? Uh-oh. Yeah, we came back. Sweet goodness. And if we test, we got the event. Cool. Awesome. All right, should we try deploying this again? Seeing if we can't make it actually deploy. Let's give it a shot. You know, what could go wrong? This should fix our problem where we stop heart beating and we run into the keep alive. Now, we didn't actually test the keep alive. We tested this, but it's running off the same logic. So I assume it will work. It's hard for me to test the keep alive because I would need this server to stop sending a keep alive, which I can't tell it to do that. So this is one of those things that we're going to test in production on Twitch. Just how we like it. That's actually one thing that I like to play Age of Empires 4 occasionally, and I'm worried about how these will do playing Age of Empires because it's an RTS. I'm worried. It's not my CLI though, Dutch. This is Twitch's CLI. This is like their mock web server, WebSocket server. I can't just is it open source? I don't know. Maybe it is open source. A firewall rule? Oh, okay. I could do a firewall rule, I guess. I could just screw up DNS. You're right. All right. Why is this container on 2024? Should be 22. Shouldn't be a Ubuntu anyways. We need to work on this container. This is not a great container. Screwing up DNS is not a little extreme, Dutch. You know why? It's so easy to do. It's so easy to do. I am good at screwing up DNS. We're about to get an ad. I'm going to jump and get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Have fun with your ad. You're getting me that one step closer to my Oxide computer. Here's your Oxide ad. Absolutely, it should be minimal. Absolutely, it should be minimal. It's a terrible container. I'm not going to deal with that right now, though. You know what? Dan Lornick, if you're watching this, you know, instead of that, what we should use? I think everybody knows where this is going. You know, I could be, you know, there's like the Google distro list that we could be leveraging. You know, they're pretty stripped down. Yeah, I feel like the Oxide rack is pretty far off, but we're working towards it. But there's also a company called ChainGuard that also builds basically serverless. I don't like that name. Containers that we could use. Just use the Wolfey base. All right. That's done. That's tagged. That's out there. That's the dumbest thing, Dutch. That annoys the garbage out of me. We have to do the same thing. So we have UBI images, but it's the dumbest thing. It's like the most IBM thing you could think of happening. Because think about it. The image is just the user space. It's just what your process needs. Okay? So why does it have to be on UBI to be on their marketplace? That makes No sense. 0 cents. Especially because UBI images are hamstrung. Why are UBI images hamstrung, you might ask? Well, thanks for asking. UBI images are hamstrung because of this. You want to install Python? I'm sorry, that's in Red Hat proper. You want to install DevTools? I'm sorry, that's in Red Hat proper. It's not in the UBI image. You want to use any of these things? You can't. So basically, UBI becomes purely a second base image. So when you're doing your two-stage build, you can only use the UBI images here. You can't actually use them here as a build container. Which maybe this is fine, but it's still handily annoying and kind of dumb, because if this is all, then any minimal OS image is the exact. If that's all you're doing, then it doesn't matter. Then it might go back to my statement of it doesn't matter what the user space is, because it's basically from scratch and has nothing in it except for your application and the 2 dependencies that it needs, which would be the exact same as any other user space. Micro DNF? But you can't install them with DNF because you don't have access to the repositories unless you have a subscription to Red Hat, because those repos are the things that they protect. And again, it literally doesn't matter. It's user space. The whole reason for containers is like, it's the user space. Why do they care the base of your user space for their marketplace? So either you build your containers with a subscription, which then also, if you build your containers with a subscription, you can't distribute it. Oh my gosh. It's like literally the most asinine thing ever. So then the way that we use UBI is you just copy the stuff into it. But then again, like, why do they care? I take a deep breath. That annoys me. It does annoy me, though. Okay. Should we try deploying this again? Last time it failed pretty miserably. I'm going to leave all this ready just in case. Yeah, Dutch. This is why, like, the UBIs kind of annoy me. The UBIs kind of annoy me. And you know, the UBIs don't annoy me. It's the fact that they require you on their marketplace to have a UBI as the base image that annoys me. Probably more. Or make the UBIs actually leverageable, and then it would annoy me less. All right. I'm about to break Twitch alerts. Nice, RDJ Powers. Nice running a Hello World app. Cool. Yeah, Dutch, they are. Honestly, they are. So you have to do it. Which is why they get away with it. That's why they get away with it. Uh-oh. Image pool error. Image pool error. What have we done? What have we done? That looks right? Uh-oh. Oh, you know, we didn't push. My goodness. What a noob mistake. What a noob mistake. Scott, the thing that I found best for controlling fan speed on a Mac is setting it outside while it's raining. You'll never have to worry about those fans again. Promise you. Guaranteed. Wait for a good downpour, set it out there for a few hours. All you need. Yeah, okay, Dutch also recommends Super Glue. Okay, so there no help here is what you got. You got absolutely no help. We're on pull back off, so we're just going to delete this one here. Just anything else you would like, some deep, insightful things? By the way, anybody that might think that I actually meant that, I absolutely did not mean that. Do not set your MacBook out in the rain. Are we running? Are we running? We're on the newest and improvedest, and most improved version of Twitch Alerts. That's right. Just ask WD-40 to make the MacBook a drone. Okay. I'll show this. I'm warning. This is like a PG-13 if you understand the context. Good old Arch. Good old Arch. All right, cool. Well, hopefully this solves some of our stability problems with Twitch Alerts. Yeah, don't Google that. Don't Google that. All right. Let's see. It's Google it using the words Arch Linux best distro. That's how you Google it. Arch Linux best distro. All right. Cool. So now we can add, what can we add here? I think this helped our stability. We need to add some stuff like bits. Okay, I need help. There are over 17 people watching right now, and I need your help. I have a problem. So all of this is running. We can run this locally. Let's actually get this all back up and running locally. I need your help because there is a problem that goes beyond my understanding because it's front end stuff, and I'm freaking terrible at front end. There is something that I have never done in the front end, and that was add sound to a website that doesn't get any interaction. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's get this all running. Let's see. Let's run our WebSocket server. Let's run our backend, our monolith. All right, over here, what we need to do, we need that. So actually, let's open up a new tab. And we're going to, we need to source all these things. Twitch bot, chat, mock setup. There we go. There's actually quite a few things for us. All right. And now we don't have to do the ChatGPT stuff. Now we can go around to the front end. Let's jump into the front end. Front end. Awesome. And now this is where we got to get our trunks on, right? So I think it's just trunk serve. All right. So wait. So shouldn't the audio play from the PC when it receives bits or notices or a follow? So this is what you would think, but think about it this way. When I receive a follow, it's actually a machine back in the null cloud that receives that, not my PC. It's not my PC that's receiving it. I mean, right here when we're playing around with it, obviously this is my PC. But in the real world, it's not my PC that's getting it. And what I stream from isn't my PC either. So when somebody hits the follow and you see that on screen, what that is it's actually an OBS. Let me actually open it up in, let me show you what OBS is seeing. And we can actually see it here. So here's our alerts. It's actually a web page. This is a web page. And it's just pointed at my, this is actually the alerts. This is the alerts running, I believe. But we can post this to our local instance and see the full round trip. So let's actually do that. We got to find out where it's running. It died. Oh, it's already in use. How do we set help? I want to set where we bind to. I don't want to bind to 8080. Address. No, I want port. Port. Is there just port? Yeah, port. Okay. Just port. Port 9000. Nope. 9050. There we go. 9050. Okay. So now we can go to local host 9050. And this is going to see alerts being served locally. So wait. They have a So you're saying that for Streamlabs, to set up their alerts, you have to run something locally as well? No, that can't be. That can't be. That would be stupid. That would just be dumb if I had to run something locally too. All right. I click control audio via OBS. All right. So this is here. Now let's go back and make an alert. If the front end is tied to the back end and is actually going to see it, which I hope that it is, we'll see. Yeah, it made a new peer connection. Cool. Uh-oh, but we're not getting a... This is wrong. This is very wrong. This is not the right thing. So it's being served at 8080. That's fine. Let this reconnect. Oh, did I have HTTPS? Is that what the issue was? How did this get switched back? I think I already... All right, so this is connecting to this. That's fine. Oh, man, I screwed that up. It's this. Okay, there we go. Now, I think this connected. Let's go back over here. Okay, so there. We get it. It's display. In the heart of darkness, the party faces a fearsome dragon. Okay, cool. We're getting it. We're getting there. Do they really? I'll have to look. If they really make you download something and run something locally to play the alert notification, the problem I have with this, Dutch, is there's actually a delay from Twitch doing it. Because I have to go generate the AI and everything. There's several round hops of things that are going on. So when Twitch says there's a new follower, is not when I post that there's a new follower. It's a solid 10 seconds later, okay? So I don't think this works for me. But let's go here. Local host. That was 9050. Yeah, 9050. Okay, so okay. So I'm actually playing a sound. Let's inspect this. I'm actually playing a sound. This right here. It doesn't allow me to play a sound unless if I interact with the DOM first, but I can't interact because I don't have a button. It's just this. So it will fail every single time. It doesn't allow me to play a sound. So let's go simulate another I'm sorry, I'm pressing buttons now. Let's go do this again. We'll get it here. Wait. Let me turn off the music. I'm going to turn the volume way up. Wow. It's playing the sound now. It doesn't play it in OBS though. Is it playing it from here or from here? I don't know. Let's close this. Let's just try from here. Ah, it got it. It got it. It got it here. What? Why isn't it working on this one? Why isn't it working on my I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. Control audio via OBS. Yeah. Okay. I need help from a follower. Can somebody follow? So we use the production one. I don't have a way to show the streaming PC. It's the same as this though. It just control audio. No audio. No audio. Thank you for the follows. You are a legend, by the way. Dutch stomped on yours because we don't do a queue properly. We don't give enough time for that queue. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's another bug. Thank you, Jano T, for the follow and the test. So, I have control audio by OBS. On the stream PC. Everything's the exact same. What about the alerts audio source? It's just a static file. It's just a static file. So this one here is working. You saw the alerts volume. Oh, maybe I don't have the alerts volume on here. No, I do, and it's all the way up. Here, it's working. You can see the and then if we went here, here, localhost, 9050. No, there was. You can't hear it. It was here. It's this OBS isn't playing out. You guys didn't hear it, but you could see it here, right? This is just looking at our test environment. So watch this. Watch this. I promise you this one's working. See that? It's actually playing audio. It just doesn't go out to the system. But if you want to hear the audio, it was here. But notice how there's no audio now. No audio. We can do it again. There'll be no audio. See? No audio. Why? We haven't clicked on the stupid thing. Now watch this.
Wow.
Audio. Why is there audio? Because I clicked on the stupid thing. But I can't click it in OBS. Oh my gosh, the problems that I have. Also, I'd like you guys to appreciate that I have to have 4 tabs open to test this that all have to be working together. Just maybe appreciate that a little. I don't need this open, but yeah. Can you add some JavaScript to fake a click? No, I was trying to do that, but they're pretty smart about that. So this protection is so that you don't... Basically, web browsers implemented this so people can't play sounds when you just open the page. Now, I don't know how Streamlabs gets around this. I thought part of it was this right here. You know, a control audio via OBS. But I'm not entirely convinced that this is the thing. I Googled for this. I never found a thing that worked for me. Uncaught promise. Play failed because the user didn't interact with the document first when trying to blah, blah, blah. Yep. I don't have a video. We can look at the code. Okay. So like audio element. What can I set here? I need to like set muted. Okay, so this doesn't solve my problem. This right here. Because I'm in OBS. Oh, ads. So I'll wait for the ads. I'll wait for the ads to be done. Okay, so you guys have good things about setting the Chrome thing, but like there is no Chrome here. This is a browser source. I guess I could interact. Now maybe it will work. Is that what I need? 1 second. Let me do that on the actual stream. 1 second. Let me click the interact button. Where? Oh wait, I forgot. All right, I've clicked on it. Okay, so I can just try to set that before the next stream. That's what I'll do. I would have to stop streaming to do that then. So my question is, how does Streamlabs do it? I couldn't find how Streamlabs does it because, like, I don't know. It feels like this doesn't even have control audio via OBS here. Is it a setting in OBS? Can I like how do I close this? I can't stop interacting with it. There's no escape. Oh well. That's wonderful. Okay, I'll have to try some of those things. Unfortunately, I can't try those while streaming. How would you have it built into your client? I mean, it's just a web page. It's just a web alert. Like the Streamlabs OBS stuff is just this web alert. How would they build it into this, right? So maybe I've just missed a configuration step. Maybe that's what it is. That very well could be. No, this is like Streamlabs. I want that's bad search. We're going back to some music while we're. It's not like you can hear my Twitch alerts anyways. It's not like you can hear them anyways. All right. What is this? What is this? So why isn't it playing on my thing? If that's the policy, why isn't it working here? Oh, okay, so fantastic. So I have sound. I just have misconfigured it. I don't know what setting to configure here though. Like I don't know. Don't know what I've done wrong. The worst part is because this is in the production. Ooh, actually, okay, so no one follow because I'm going to point the production at the local instance that's oh no, it's not running on the same computer. I'd have to like expose it publicly. Right. No, I did it on localhost. It's bound to localhost. I could, actually, I could fix that, right? I could change this to 0.0.0.0. And then use my, okay, so, is it host? I think it's host. Host, 0.0.0.0, port 1. No. Address. It's address. My bad. Okay. So then if I knew my PC's IP address. I just heard somebody wowing. Something happened. Oh. It was, do I have... Who did that? Dang it. Why did that work? I just need this to stop working. It was probably this, listening. Okay. We're going to get rid of this tab. Okay, we're going to get rid of this one too. Okay, done. Now we need to find my IP address. I'm going to hide this. I think it's fine because it's just my local IP address. Well, that's not, oh, that's Docker. I was gonna say that's not my IP address. Ah, there we go. IP address obtained. I gotta type it into this other computer. That's dumb. All right, 1 second. Typing. And our IP address is 9050. Or our port. Let's see if that connects. Okay. Now we're going to run a test command. Okay. Now let's run our test command. Actually, one thing, we might need to refresh that that alert source. Let me do that really quickly. Refresh cache of current page. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. Done. You heard it twice. All right. We should see this on screen if I'm pointing to my local instance. Okay, I gotta turn the music off. Gotta turn the music off. 1 second. 1 second. So this is actually pointing to my local machine. Are we ready? Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet.
Wow.
Did you guys hear that? I didn't hear it because my awesome thing that can route sound all over the place that I was telling you about is not routing it to my headphones. I cannot hear it. I cannot hear it. But you guys can hear it. So I've debugged not a problem. I've debugged not a problem. Well. This is kind of cool, though, that we got this all testing and working. Where it's like that whole thing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I need to come up with a different sound. It was wow. We had a couple sounds. We can change it right now. Don't want that. So let's see. Under sound, we have Grandpa Evil Laugh. Let's do Grandpa Evil Laugh. That's actually what I thought it was. Instead of wow. That was the wow sound, but we'll do Grandpa Evil Laugh. Oh no, how did I spell that?
Wow. Wow.
Russell. Okay, you're it's probably my audio that needed moderated. I agree. We're going to give this a shot though. We're going to give this a shot. I'm excited that it's working. I can't hear it. Okay. So when I was testing, I was actually playing it on load because I was just trying to get it to work. So we can probably remove this now. Yeah, I'm just being dumb here. That's like just as the web server starts up, it plays it. Okay. Now Wait. Why do I have two things here? Why do I have this? I don't think I need either of these, right? Because that was just on startup. I was trying to get it to work. And it's just this that should be on the when it actually... Yeah. This is what we want. Okay. So let's play it now. Let's see if it works. Is it still playing both? I can't hear it. Is that a better one for now? Is that a better sound for now? I can either record my own or, you know, I can find something. No, it's not a better now. It's not better. Okay, we can find a sound. If that's not a better sound, we can, you know, what's wrong with my sound situation? What's wrong with it? Oh, I need to be able to hear it. 100%. I need to be able to hear it. I need to be able to hear it. That is configuration, probably. That's like a Rode configuration problem. Ooh, a 56K modem would be cool, actually. That's a good sound. All right, people vote for what they want the alert for a follower. We can do different sounds for followers, subscribers, different things like that. The one for follower is going to be the same one for all of them at the beginning. Then we can work on it. So vote for follower in Discord, what you like. I like the 56K modem. War Games audio, that's a possibility. War Games audio is also a possibility. Okay, so go on Discord, vote for what you want. And we'll get it on there. Now, I'm going to switch back to actually Twitch alerts so that in case anybody does something, I just thought that right now, if somebody was to like raid or something like that, they would miss their opportunity. Let's switch this back. It was 10.1.1.53 is the real server. Okay. Actually, there are some voiceovers. I would need to ask Togglebit and the person that they came from, because there was one from Leo that I think actually would have been an amazing one. So I might ask Leo and Toggle if I have have you guys not seen that? You should go watch it. I'm not going to watch it with you because you should go watch it. Let me get a link to it, though. Let me find a link to it really quickly. Give me a second, and I'll post a link to it. What? It's broken again? Well, thank you for the follow. I don't know why it didn't laugh, though. Oh, it's going to be the WoW, because we have to push the change, right? We have to push the change. We didn't push the front end change. So it's going to be the wow. Wow. Was it the wow? No sound. Well, let me push this change, because when it was running locally, this was working with the Grandpa Evil laugh. We'll get this. One second, let me get the top. Thank you so much for your follow. I'm sorry you didn't get any sound. I'm sorry you didn't get any sound. You're more than welcome to unfollow and follow again later when there's actually sound. You deserve sound. I'm finding the code relay really quickly. Where is the stupid video? One second. Let me, we'll just go to Toggles. YouTube.com, Togglebit. Toggle. This? Oh no, that's mine. YouTube Togglebit. Is he Togglebite on YouTube? No, he's not. Togglebit. Here we go. Code relay. All right. This is it. Go watch this. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. And there are some really good sound bits that come from this.
And while she's not wrong, she made me realize I have to come up with some new ideas.
We could do like a relay stream where we work on something. That could be kind of fun. You know what would be a fun idea?
Oh gosh.
Oh no, what have you done?
What?
This is the one that I want from Leo right here. This is the one.
What have you done?
What? What in the damn is this?
Okay, so
What? Okay, he was looking at my code. Spoiler. Okay, but go watch it. There was a lot of people that put a lot of effort into this to make it a reality, and they were all really great sports about it. So watch Toggle's video. Give him that sweet view. Yep. All right, let's make this and push that out to production, right? Because that's what we need to do at this point. Let's actually look at this Docker file. Is it as old as... this is horrible. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Is it fine? How does this even work? How does this even work? Why is the build stage commented? Oh, I have to build it. That's right. I remember this. I could never get Trunk to build in a container. And so what I did was I just build and then I copy over the stuff. So that was good that we were watching. Uh-oh. Okay. I almost got locked into in Vim. So we can do actually let's look at the Docker file again. It's just trunk build, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we can do Docker build this, but instead of this, we want Twitch alerts front end. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Docker build null channel Twitch alerts front end. Okay, so this gives me what the last version was that I built. We'll do 10. And we'll go for it. All right. And then we have a front end deployment here. And we can just go here. Replace this with a 10. And now we have the new front end. Now followers should get an old grandpa laugh. And it should work. We'll see. It'll be a fun little game. I still can't hear it, and that's something that I will have to work on. Somehow. So that I can hear it. Oh, what a ridiculous system we have built. What a ridiculous system. You know what would be easier? No sound. No, there was no sound. I was looking. I mean, a rogue with a shadowy past though was dead on though. A rogue with a shadowy past. You know what? I bet you it didn't reload the front end. Let me tell it to refresh. I bet you it didn't get the new front end code. That's right, it's accurate. This AI is accurate. Rogue with a shadowy past. Okay. So I don't know if maybe it was just the cache. Not sure. All right. All right. All right. All right. Ads are the worst. You think this oxide rack is happening? Ah, look at the glory of that rack. Every penny of ads funds this glorious machine. This is what we want to run the null cloud on. Bask in its glory. All right. All right, so I don't know. I feel like we've done pretty well. We've made Twitch alerts more resilient. We have made them possibly play sound. Hopefully. We have... I'll need to fix it so I can hear it so that I know to look like, hey, got a subscriber or follower or whatnot. We're going to vote on some sound. So it's not evil laugh. We'll get some good sounds in there. You think that I get paid more than I do, Dutch, for ads. That's for sure. You think that I get much more money than I do for ads. Let me tell you, it is not a lot. It is not a whole lot. Get ad... oh, man, I should have... I should have... You're probably right, Dutch, at this point. I'm probably in debt to them. You know what I did buy? I bought a cable for my my keyboard. So next Saturday stream, we'll sit up and down. We'll change it up. We'll be like, we've been sitting too long. We'll stand up, and it'll be great. And you guys will get to experience that with me because now I have a really freaking long USB cable for my keyboard. So I don't need Bluetooth anymore. There is a good story about... There is actually a good story about why I don't pay for Amazon Prime, but have Amazon Prime. That is a fantastic, not necessarily PG-friendly story, but I got video proof of one of their delivery people doing something on my lawn that they are not supposed to be doing. And I sent that to Jeff at Amazon.com, and I have not paid for it yet. I was only supposed to get like 2 or 3 years of Amazon Prime for free, and they haven't charged me for it yet. So don't tell Amazon. Yeah, don't tell them. I PG-13. I just didn't tell you what they did on my lawn. They were using GKE on my lawn. What monsters? What monsters? Oh, yes. Fixed lots of stuff. Maybe sound. Can you believe it? Can you believe it that wait a second. I didn't add. I was just talking with chat. Oh, I don't want those things. I don't want those things. Okay, that's good. They put the mag out in there, right? We'll leave it at that. They use GKE on my lawn. How dare them? How dare them? Okay. Fully powered Twitch alerts in Rust has been a fantastic... You know, that's a full Rust stack. We're using Wasm. We're using Wasm for that. All right. You know what? I think it's time to raid somebody. I think I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Nighthound, I'm just getting off and you just get on? How are you doing, Nighthound? How are you doing? Ah, you just escaped school. You guys know what? I'm wondering if the alerts... I have that box checked where it says control audio via OBS. I'm wondering if I need it to go out to the system instead. You know? Like here, you know how you couldn't hear it, but you could see that it was played. I wonder if I need to unclick that. Like, will it just be desktop audio at that point? Will it just be... I don't know. I'm going to test this out now. Now you made me wonder. Are we run? We are running. Okay. Did it. Oh, wait. You did it while I was doing it, so I don't know which one worked now, Dutch. I don't know which one I heard. You screwed up the experiment, Dutch. That's local here. Okay, Dutch, now you go. You go. You do your thing, Dutch. You go now, Dutch. Now you're not going, Dutch. Come on, Dutch. You can do it. All right, Dutch, it's not working here. So prod is still not working properly. The production is not working properly. We deployed a new version. You know what? We're gonna call it good for now because I don't know if I need to restart OBS with all the things that I've changed. I don't know. So we're gonna raid somebody. We're gonna find somebody to raid. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I've been streaming for a little while now, so we'll find somebody to raid. We have a bunch of stuff to discuss on Discord, though. We have stuff to talk about, like, hey, where are we going with the database? What do we want to learn next with the database? We're kind of at a spot where we have a database and we now have like areas to explore. So I want to know where you guys want to explore. With the null cloud, we got to figure out auth, and really I got to figure out what I want to do with Ori and whether we go full Oathkeeper or we just abandon Ori. So I will figure that out. And then for Twitch alerts, I think that we're really close. We're really close to something pretty awesome. And we're going to just have to, we'll tweak it a little bit, but it should be more resilient and more better. You know how they say. Oh, look, here's a person that is the most productive. This guy is super productive while streaming. If you want to see a person who writes more code while streaming than any other person out there, it has to be this. So I'm going to raid. I don't know how to... Museum? I don't know. I don't know how to say his name, but... We're going to raid him. Thank you so much for joining. I had a lot of fun. I hope that you guys did too. And I will hopefully see you guys next time. Never mind. They've disabled raids. They have disabled raids, so we're not going to raid them. Do you guys want to raid him anyways? Just run over to his channel. I'm going to leave a link. It's not an official raid, but go jump over there. Say hello. He's coding. He has no mic and no cam. He's just coding. Very chill. He has some music going on in the background. Tell him I said hi. And, yeah, I think we're actually using a couple of his libraries. So that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. All right. Well, I guess in that case, no raid. I'm just going to see you guys off. Go check out his stream. Thank you so much for joining. And I don't know of another person to raid right now. So that's a good one. Okay. Thanks everyone. See ya. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend and hopefully see you guys tomorrow for the news